fluoride in the water. This map is courtesy of the British Fluoridation Society. Fluoride in the water is a funny thing, right? The government says we need it to protect our teeth, and our teeth need protection because the modern diet is so degrading on teeth enamel and full of sugar and processed foods that grind down our teeth. The vicious cycle, right? So the government, in response to this, has decided to fix our food chain. Just kidding, they're not. They're not going to do anything
Like,
of the
instead
sort.
of all the processed food, we'll get rid of that. No, instead, we're going to mask it with chemicals in the water.
Yes, that's exactly right.
That's how we roll.
And, there was never any real research on the effects of this. And now that there is some, the government is trying to hide that research about the possible negative effect of fluoride. A group called the Fluoride Action Network has sued the Environmental Protection Agency.
Hey, Shalaki King.
The EPA is being defended by the Justice Department. So,
yeah, I mean, so they're bringing out this report, and there's so much misleading information even in this report that they're bringing out, because she said something earlier that, is the Biden administration kind of hiding this information. This has been going on for decades and decades and decades. And she just said that there has never really been any reports on the levels of fluoride. It's always been known that fluoride in no amount is good for you. The fluoride in the toothpaste is bad. They've been, how long they've been putting out toothpaste? Right? So it's not just the fluoride in the water, it's the fluoride in all of the products that they use. But she's kind of making it seem like, this is all under the Biden administration, which it's all been under every administration, right? So, yeah, just, don't get fooled by the words she's using that, this is just something new that they're doing. This has been going on for a long time, and they know it affects people's IQ, and it's literally poison. Fluoride is the byproduct of a waste product. So go ahead, King.
The guy that's not standing next to her, he mentions that. He says, I've been knowing about this since 2008. You know what I mean? So he does mention that. I think what she's saying is that they're being sued,
Yeah, Khan.
Yeah. That's probably the newest thing, but yeah, this stuff is garbage.
Yeah, even before 2008, man. I mean, this has been known for a very, very long time. And listen, man, there's nothing that's going on out here in this society that they have not tested and done reports on and know. They know what's going on in the water, in the food, in the meat, in everything that's going on here, right? Esau does all kind of research on everything, right? Esau, this is why Esau could go and tell you, in this area there's a high level of COVID, or in this area there's a high level of whatever sickness going on in the community. You know why they do that? Because they even test the damn sewage, right? See what's coming out in the sewage when you use the toilet. They go test that water. They go test that sewage to find what's in it, so that they can say, you know what? In Brooklyn, they got a high level of this and a high level of that. So they test every single thing, man. They test the air, they test the, whatever. They go in and they test it. That's what they do. So, and this has been known for decades and decades and decades.
Con.
Go ahead, King.
And I paused it at the right spot. Look at her. She looks a mess. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, it's I like this segment because they read from the, what they tried to redact. So I'm gonna keep playing. Here we go.
So you and your tax dollars are defending this. You're defending their right.
Also, Salakia, a lot of the fluoridated water was in urban areas, quotation marks, okay, where we live, right? And the reason why now they're bringing this up and it's like a big deal is because they're moving into the urban areas where we live. And now they got to shower in this garbage, and you know, God forbid they you know what I mean?
This
Now
is the benefits of gentrification.
Con.
Slovakia.
Go ahead, King.
Not only they got fluoride in the water, I remember they did a test in Atlanta, and people that throws a medication down the toilet and the sink and stuff, and they have no way of getting that medication out. So when you drink the water, if you drinking hormones in the water and stuff, and you end up drinking that hormone because they threw it down the sink, and all this other stuff they didn't put in the that people didn't flush down the toilet, it's you drinking it now.
Con, yes, a lot of drug interactions in the water. They did that in Philadelphia, looking at the water, and they found a lot of Xanax. You know, so it's you know, not only does it a neurotoxin with the fluoride, like the brothers are bringing out with the drug interaction. You know what I mean? That can really make you docile. So it's very important to know what you're putting in your body. You know what I mean? That's the main point of this is, you know, take your health seriously, because Esau is actively trying to destroy you. All right, let's keep playing.
To maybe hurt you and your kids. That's how it works.
By putting fluoride in the water.
Because we pay our taxes, and the Justice Department is taxpayer funded. So we are then all in on protecting the EPA. We have to be. But in this suit, they sought for the release of a report called the National Toxicology Program. And here is the report in question. Why do we have it? Because a judge ruled that we should. The Justice Department had asked for this report not to be released, and the judge ruled against them. Prior to that, the report was blocked from publication by Assistant Health Secretary Rachel Levine. You may recall that Rachel Levine is a transgender person that says that doctors should be trans advocates for medical transition. So this person's A-okay with foreign chemicals in the body. We already know this. Here is the email in question where someone is asking like, hey, we got a heads up from the NIH about this report coming out soon and fluoride and the, you know, effects on IQ. Assume you're aware. Do we need to chat? That is, you know, I think that's masking like, yikes, this is going to suck. We need to talk about it. To which this person responds, thanks so much. Assistant Health Secretary Levine has put it on hold until further notice. Like we should be freaking out, but for now it's been buried.
So Levine has other things to do. She's out getting Woman of the Year awards. Too busy to release this report on damaging fluoride effects on children.
Right. I mean, you know, we've talked many times about the pharmaceuticals that are put in transgender children in order to treat gender dysphoria. It does not solve gender dysphoria. It only hurts their bodies. Rachel Levine is totally fine with that. So yes, go ahead.
I was going to say, so back in like 2008, 2009, when I first started my journey, I started watching Alex Jones. And Alex Jones complained about fluoride in the water and was actually fighting his local government in Austin, Texas, to stop from putting fluoride in the water. He was like, that was one of his big things back that long ago.
Yeah, I remember hearing about this years ago and wondering like, oh, is there fluoride in our water? Then we got a water filtration system in New Jersey because the water was so bad. I mean, it was just, there were so many chemicals in that water.
Yeah.
As a kid, I think it was like kindergarten or first grade, they used to give us in the school. And if anyone remembers this, I was in New Jersey at the time, a little plastic cup every morning. And they put like one little pink fluoride tablet in the cup and you had to like chew it. And you had to chew it. It was like chalky. And it was like the first thing you had to do when you got to school, have your fluoride tablet.
No,
that was like,
we had that, but it was liquid.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we had it. Yeah, I remember that.
No, but our pediatrician would regularly try and the pediatrician that treated my kids would give us prescriptions for it to give the kids as well. And I did not fill those prescriptions because I was concerned about it.
Good.
So
it was just me that had the pills then.
Yeah. Okay. Then we're just going to have to worry about you. Now, this happy to chat bit in the email tells me that they do not want any more of a paper trail on this, that this email in and of itself is damaging
Like
enough.
let's chat on the phone.
Yes, that's usually like
Right,
speak for,
Don't type it out.
let's bring this
let's
off
call.
of
Yeah.
a paper
Let's
trail.
walk to the park near the Washington Monument, and I'll bring a newspaper and I'll sit on a park bench. If you see me go like this, then you can sit down next to me.
Right.
Like, we'll talk about it.
I didn't go that far in that scenario, but I like it.
I'm thinking
I like
the,
where you're
the
going.
Americans like spy network or something, but that's what this is. We don't want you to talk on a paper trail. We want to do this clandestinely.
And they even have to do it on like burner phones because remember the call we heard from I can't remember the lady's name, but the Ukraine thing where they're like, oh yeah, F them, you know, like that phone conversation that got leaked.
Oh, yeah.
So they probably have to
Victoria
use
Nuland.
burner phones because yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So here is what the report found. I'm only going to give you the summary because they looked at around, I believe it was 55 different studies. And they sort of did a compendium of them. And they found that here is the results. Let's just read it. In adults, only 2 high quality cross-sectional studies examining cognitive effects were available. The literature in children was more extensive and was separated into 2 studies assessing IQ and studies assessing other cognitive or neurodevelopmental outcomes. 8 of 9 high-quality studies examining other cognitive or neurodevelopmental outcomes reported association with fluoride exposure. 72 studies assessed the association between fluoride exposure and IQ in children. 19 of those studies were considered to be high quality. Of these, 18 reported an association between higher fluoride exposure and lower IQ in children. The 18 studies, which include 3 prospective cohort studies and 15 cross-sectional studies, were conducted in 5 different countries. 46 of the 53 low-quality studies in children also found evidence of an association between higher fluoride exposure and lower IQ in children. These studies have been going on since at least 2000. No, I'm sorry, not the studies. The case. This litigation has been going on since at least 2017. And what this group wants, the group that's litigating, is for the EPA to regulate the fluoridation of drinking water supply under Section 6A because they maintain the ingestion of fluoride poses an unreasonable risk of neurotoxic harm to humans. And the EPA continues to deny the plaintiff's petition. The plaintiffs filed this suit seeking judicial review of the EPA's determination, meaning they want, because the EPA is just refusing. They're saying we're not going to look at it and we're not going to regulate it. So they want the court to make them, basically. So then the court becomes the scientist because the court has to see this and say, yeah, absolutely, there is a risk here. And so the court has to determine what the EPA is refusing to do.
You know, there's one thing that the government, United States government, is responsible for. That is the protection and security of its people, right? And how many times are we seeing evidence that they're doing the exact opposite? The Environmental Protection Agency is supposed to protect us from environmental toxins. They have studies, 46 out of 53 studies that they've now shown that it raises incredible problems for young children and adults.
Yeah.
And they're putting this into the water. It's not like they found it as a chemical that's seeping out of rocks where fluoride comes from. They're adding it to the water and they're suppressing it, not protecting people. That's astonishing to me.
Right. And again, it's largely a result as the high sugar content in the American diet. So,
And like Shemai was saying, you got to read in between the lines with every time Esau says something, you got to, do your research. He said fluoride comes out of rocks. Yeah, the natural occurring, but the stuff that they put in our drinking water is sodium fluoride, which might say is a byproduct. It's a waste. They can't dump it in the ocean, so they put it in our drinking water. Okay, so it's not talking about the natural occurring fluoride. This is sodium fluoride. If you look at it, it comes in big barrels. It'll burn through anything else, and it's a poison. It's highly toxic.
So they're protecting, they're insulating and enabling
Right.
a bad diet in order to continue to, profit from that. And refusing to, what this group is saying is, we want you to look into this and regulate it. And they're saying, no, you can't make me. And so now I think this is this, this is an example of the court system working for what it's meant to do, which is saying, yeah, we have the right, we the people, it's in the public interest for us to see this and for you to do your job. And this group has the right to come to a court to make you. The release of this report earned the attention of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Children's Health Defense Chairman and Chief Litigation Counsel, who has spoken a few times on this show about the COVID vaccine. But about this, he says, these findings fly in the face of the empty, unscientific claims U.S. health officials have propagated for years, namely that water fluoridation is safe and beneficial. He says it's past time to eliminate this neurotoxin from our water supply. I do want to put a pin in this word neurotoxin because, this is a word that means that something's corroborated or something is connected with problems with neurology, things that are known to cause, say, dementia or Alzheimer's. The cancer industry did a great job of getting the word carcinogen to put on our radar. So now we know things that are related to cancer is carcinogenic.
Right.
And so now this is something that I think we all should pay attention to is what is a neurotoxin? Endocrine disruptors are a neurotoxin. Gum inflammation is associated as a neurotoxin.
What is an endocrine disruptor? Like something?
It's something that's it's shifting the balance of your natural hormones.
Like what's a common endocrine disruptor?
Hormonal birth control.
Birth control. Okay.
Or Tylenol has been known to be an endocrine disruptor. Synthetic hormones that we put in transgender children is absolutely an endocrine disruptor. And I think it's important that we start to use this word in the same way we use carcinogenic. We know cigarettes are carcinogenic. Now we know other things are neurotoxins. And in fact, a bad diet is a neurotoxin. Things that contribute to the decline of your cognition and your brain function are neurotoxins. And we need to use this word and call out things that we are regularly exposed to, that we're paying our taxes for our government to prevent us from being exposed to. So is fluoride a neurotoxin? Research is suggesting that there is a strong connection that it is. And the US clearly just does not want to deal with this, incidentally, because they have been adding fluoride to water since 1945.
Unbelievable. Well, send Pete Buttigieg out to investigate if the water is toxic. He'll be there in a couple of weeks. Unbelievable. What's so sad about these things is over the past year, we've covered no short of like 4 or 5 different stories that we only learned about on this show because, well, the information was redacted initially, but because of Freedom of Information Act requests or lawsuits, we learned about Pfizer documents.
Yeah.
We've learned through Freedom of Information Act requests. We've learned about through lawsuits a number of key things that we wouldn't have learned about because the government suppressed it.
But I think that is an indication of the court system working. And I find encouragement in that. And at a time when we're always like, the government just won't do the right thing.
Right.
At least we still have this bastion of, some recourse to reclaim power that is lost. Whether it always works, absolutely, that's not the case. But at least we do still have some pieces of the justice system that are working. And I'm encouraged by that.
Well,
Esau is encouraged. All right. So I wanted to start with that because just a reminder of that Esau is actively trying to get us out of here. You know what I mean? But like Shemaiah says, the benefits of gentrification, other than, of course, getting kicked out of your house, there's hardly any benefits to that. But they're not going to take it. You know what I'm saying? It's been like, it's been a long, long-term studies and everything about the effects of IQ with fluoride, the effects of pregnant women. They tell babies for first year, don't use tap water. If it's so good, why not? But this is America. This is what they do. So will segue into this lesson called prudence. Okay. Outsmarting your enemy. Okay. That's the main thing. What are they doing? What are they going to do next? Matching it up with what you see on the newspaper, through your spirit, what's in, the scriptures, all that ties into an effective assault back on your oppressor. Now, is it a physical assault? No, you ain't gotta do that. You know, not yet, of course. This is being aware. Awareness is key. Like the conscious community says they're conscious. Not at all. It's the Israelites that are conscious, okay? And conscious means light, awareness. Okay, so we are going to start with Psalm 112, verse 5. Is there anybody available to read tonight? Khan, Thawadah. Shalom, King.
Shalom, King.
All right, so let's begin the lesson on prudence. Psalm chapter 112, verse 5.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 112 and verse 5. When everybody have it, please say Khan. Khan. And it reads, a good man showeth favor and lendeth. He will guide his affairs with discretion.
Khan, and discretion is another word for, judgment, okay? Pretty much a definition of prudent, okay? Seeing things ahead of time for what they are, all right? So to be, discreet, to have discretion is key in these last days, all right? Like my grandmother, great grandmother said, don't take no wooden nickels. You know what I'm saying? What does that mean? That means don't fall for it. Don't fall for the okie doke. All right. See what's going on. See what's going to happen next. You see what's happening with the banking system. Okay. It's just not a good idea to have all your eggs in one basket, as they say. All right. If you had all your eggs in one basket in Silicon Valley Bank, you have an empty basket. All right. Now I know was a Monday morning quarterback shows up, Sleepy Joe's like, hey, my administration was on it from jump, and everybody's gonna get their money back. Everybody. And everybody's like, okay, all right. Feels good. I had $10 million in there, right? They had the Lyft CEO was standing outside Manhattan, outside the Manhattan branch of that bank trying to get their money out. And they called the cops on them. You know what I'm saying? So being prudent, being aware, having judgment, like I think the banking system's failing, I don't think it's getting any better. They just sent, what's it called? The Federal Reserve took another interest hike, 0.25%, so if your credit card bill wasn't enough, wasn't beating you up enough, well, guess what? Now you have to deal with some more. You understand? And, will that help? Of course not. This is a collapse. All right. America gets a cough, the whole world gets a cold. So it transferred over to Credit Suisse over there in Switzerland. They had to borrow $50 billion from the Swiss bank, Federal Reserve, just to stay afloat. And of course, it got bought out by a larger bank. And that's all this is. It's just they're just acquiring more power, more money. You know what I mean? They already got the money, but it's really just making a squeeze, a monopoly on the financial sector, right? So having discretion is, I'm not going to leave all my money in the bank. I'm going to take some out. You know what I mean? Make sure you have some things, aside. You know what I mean? If you go to the store, you get a gallon of water, get 2 gallons and then put the 1 gallon up. You know what I mean? If you can get water that's in like a carton, get that, because of course the plastic, it bleeds into the water. But that will be better than the fluoride tap water or fluoridated tap water. Of course, the fluoridated, the water department wouldn't tell you that. They're like, oh, no, ours is much safer than the plastic bottles and all this other stuff. Don't believe the hype. All right. Of course, we live in Babylon. It's all defiled, but you want to make the best choices you can with what you got. All right. So use discretion. See what's going on. See what's happening next. What are they doing? What is Klaus Schwab talking about? You know what I mean? It's almost like this guy's their leader, their God. You know what I'm saying? Because he's just extra evil. So it seems like whatever he says, they do. All right, let's get 1 Samuel 16, verse 18. Now let's go back to Charles Schwab. He's talking about the green energy. And it sounds good. You know what I'm saying? All right, we just get rid of the coal and go to green energy. But if they have a monopoly on the green energy, then it all goes through them. You got meters called smart meters in your home. I know we do over here in Philadelphia, right? What is a smart meter? It could tell you, what time you get home from work because you turn on the light. What time you go to sleep at night because you turn off the light. What do you go to sleep with the TV on? They know that. Do you hang out more in your living room or in the basement? They know that, okay? Due to the energy usage. And that's just more of a monopoly of what they're trying to do. It's tightening up a grip. Esau, even though he has everything, he still thinks that he needs to tighten up grips on people. And being prudent is seeing what he's doing. You might have to listen to an hour-long segment of Charles Schwab talk, but you're going to get a lot of information out of that. You know what I'm saying? It's figuring what they're going to do next, because they're not hiding anything. They'll tell you straight up, this is what we're going to do. You're not going to be able to stop us. Boom. But if you can counteract what's coming. All right, let's go to 1 Samuel 16, verse 18, Baba Shaw.
This is 1 Samuel chapter 16, verse 18, where everybody have it, please say, come. Come. 1 Samuel chapter 16, verse 18. Then answered one of the servants and said, behold, I have seen a son of Jesse, the Bethlehemite, that is cunning and plain, and a mighty, a valiant man, and a man of war, and prudent in matters, and a comely person, and the Lord is with him.
So of course he's describing King David. And you look at all those attributes, right? He's cunning and playing because, David played the harp. He is mighty, valiant man, a man of war, and prudent in manners. What does prudent in manners mean? He's intelligent in counsel, okay? Comely person, and the Lord is with him, right? So the intelligent in counsel part is what, I want to touch on. Do you know what I'm saying? It's separating the fact from the fiction, the real from the fake, the lies from the truth, and being able to give good counsel as a result. All right. Let's go to Acts chapter 13, verse 22. Because one thing about King David was he was pleasing to the Most High, right? And one thing we would like to do in, here in Babylon, living in captivity, is be pleasing to the Most High. Why? Because he's going to look out for us. He's going to hear our prayers. Do you know what I'm saying? If you're doing everything contrary to what the scriptures say, those prayers don't get answered. You know what I'm saying? You turn your ear from hearing the law, your prayer is an abomination. Okay? So we definitely don't want that. We want the Most High to hear our prayers immediately if not sooner. You know what I'm saying? To the point where you don't even have to ask and things are just happening. Like you're living in a dream state. You know what I'm saying? As far as the way, you take a step and it's, the angels are watching over you. They clear your path before you even get there. All right. That's the plan. We're going to talk about Abraham as well. He's a friend of the Most High. That should be everybody's goal, is to be friends with 𝐤𝐿. Do you know what I'm saying? Of course, to do that, you got to aim to be perfect. Okay. You got to follow these law, statutes, commandments to the T. You know what I mean? You mess up, you fall. You fall off, you fall right back on. That's the part of being restored. Okay. So let's bring that out. Acts 13 and 22. Shah.
The book of Acts, chapter 13, verse 22. When everybody have it, please say con.
Con.
Con. And when he had removed him, he raised up unto them David to be their king, to whom also he gave testimony and said, I have found David, the son of Jesse, a man after mine own heart, which shall fulfill all my will.
So David was a man after the Most High's heart. And David was a man of war. How was a man of war? But prudent in manner, prudent, intelligent in counsel, seeing things, not just looking at the surface, seeing what's behind something. You know what I mean? Using your experience, using your spirit. Something's not right with this. You know what I mean? Or having another way to get to your destination. You know what I mean? You could go straight ahead. There's other ways to get to, where you want to go, so to speak, right? Let's go to Sirach 6 and 32. So some people are just really stern in the way they go about things. It's hard for them to change. It's hard for them to bend, without breaking, and being prudent is being able to bend, so to speak. If you take the same route to work every day, what if that road's cut off? What if they're doing construction on that road? How else are you going to do it? How else are you going to get to work? Are you going to be late every day? Or are you going to find a way? You understand? It's as simple as that. And as far as, something minute, but also, you're driving a certain way, and here come the tanks. Here come the National Guard. Here come the UN. Here come the concentration camps. What you gonna do? Have you thought ahead? Do you think that, okay, when that time comes, then I'll worry about it? No. You should be actively thinking about these things. What am I going to do if A happens, if B happens? It's not to worry either, okay? So worrying doesn't help. We need to come up with solutions, okay? One of the most obvious solution is leaning on the Most High, leaning on the words of 𝐤𝐿, reading your scriptures every day, fasting, asking the Most High. We're going to get into that too. Asking the Most High. As simple as just opening up your mouth, or not necessarily verbally saying it, but thinking it in prayer of help. All right. One thing we do need, and Shemaiah was saying that, if you were looking at the video that was playing before the class started, we need help. You know what I'm saying? You're not doing it on your own. All right. And what better help than the maker of heaven and earth made all this? All right. So let's bring that out. Sirach chapter 6, verse 32.
There's the book of Sirach, chapter 6 and verse 32. My son, if thou wilt, thou shalt be taught, and if thou wilt apply thy mind, thou shalt be prudent.
Khan, you have to apply yourself. You got to apply your mind. You got to think. You got to figure things out. You can't be outsmarted by these Edomites. That can't happen. Because one thing about Esau, the Most High made him this way, is that he has no spiritual discernment, like none. You know what I'm saying? So what he does is he goes to his soothsayers, his wizards, his witches, his warlocks, whatever, on the left side to figure out what's going on. But do they know what's going on? Absolutely not. You know, Most High talks about, I'll send a lying spirit, you know? So he doesn't have to tell them the truth. The left side works for him. So you can't be outdone by these guys. All right. They are always late. One thing we have, right, is a connection to 𝐤𝐿. They don't. So we're going to go over scriptures in Daniel where, you know, his back was against the wall. And what did Daniel do? He leaned on 𝐤𝐿. Right now, our back is literally against the wall. Okay. And I say that because they have an agenda. They're pushing their agenda. They want your children to be homosexuals, lesbians. They push that. They want you, like Charles Schwab said, in the future, you will have nothing and you will be happy about it. That's what they want. So this whole banking collapse and everything, it's orchestrated, of course, you know, but one thing we have to realize is that the Most High is the one that controls all this. So we can't fall short, put your hands up. All right, I'm done. You know, what else can I do? There's a lot you can do. And this is what this lesson is all about, what to do. Okay. Starting with following the law, statutes, commandments written in the scriptures. That's base. That's the foundation. Okay. But use your mind. Let's go to Proverbs 4 and 7. Use your mind. Okay. If you want to learn some things, if you want the Most High to guide you, you got to open up, you know, that closed-mindedness that a lot of us have, you know, reading the scriptures, eating healthy, getting your body prepared for what can potentially come, the future. All right. All the lights going out. It's dark. It's cold. Man, I should have been doing my push-ups. You know what I'm saying? All the lights go out. You got to make it from one state to another. Dang, I should have been walking every day. And then after I start getting more in shape, I start running, you know, and instead of just pounding soda after soda, beer after beer, it's time to, you know, drink some alkaline water, you know, have some green tea, have some chamomile tea, you know, have all these, you know, all these herbs and things that the Most High put here, but we don't take advantage of that. You know, it might not be at your corner store. You might have to go a distance to get it. You might have to order it on Amazon or something like that. But it's a start. You start to build yourself up. All right, clear the cobwebs out. You got, just like we was looking at on the video, fluoride. How many years you've been drinking tap water? That's how many years you have of accumulated fluoride in your body. You know, there's lead paint in this, you know, in some houses. The IQ of America has dropped, you know what I'm saying? Due to the leaded gasoline, you know, who knows what they're doing right now? You know, we all know the jet. It's lightning outside. We all know about the jab and what they were putting in, you know, the thing that we don't know what exactly they put in there, but it's pretty bad. You know, people are just dropping, you know, on stage during their concerts, you know, young 20-something-year-olds playing football and playing basketball, grabbing their chest and falling on the ground, you know. So we got a kind of idea of what they're doing, but it's more than likely much deeper than just that. Okay. So getting prepared, getting your body in order, getting your mind right, getting your spirit right. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you're reading that Bible. Don't let dust accumulate on your Bible, especially in these last days. You know, you don't know what tomorrow can bring. Okay, so let's bring that out. Proverbs 4 and 7.
This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 7. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom. And with all thy getting, get understanding.
It's a principal thing. All right. Weaponry, you know. Nah. Wisdom ain't the principal thing, man. You need an AK-47. You need 1,000,000 bullets. You know what I'm saying? You need armor. You need all that stuff, man. Wisdom is the principal thing. Okay. Knowing how to maneuver, knowing how to move in these last days is crucial. You know, I bring this up probably every class. You can have 1,000,000,000 guns and 1,000,000 bullets or 1,000,000,000,000,000 bullets, but if you can't get to them, they don't mean nothing. You know what I mean? People get shot with guns in their waistband every day. You know what's wise? Not hanging out in these last days. I don't know. I don't see the point, man. You know what I'm saying? These places get, well, around me, and I'm sure I watch the news worldwide and everything. Yeah, I mean, nationwide, Slovakia. Well, worldwide is crazy too, but you know, in the United States, it's pretty much wild wherever you go. You know, this is the time to build yourself up. You know what I mean? You know, if you want to go out and party with people that are, they don't have fringes on, they didn't go to the new moon, they don't plan on going to the Passover, like, that's not a smart thing. That's not being wise. These are the last days. You know, 4 people shot, 7 people shot. Like, it's crazy. You know, that's not the move. Make plans to go to Passover. I can't wait for that. You know what I'm saying? Passover, you better, you know, be ready to, you know, be up all night at Passover. That joint don't stop until, you know what I mean, the sun come out, you know? So, and then you'll be around all like-minded individuals, not individuals, like-minded people. Yeah, individuals, you know, and we all come together like Voltron, you know? It's a beautiful time. Everybody's smiling. Everybody's having a good time. Your drunk uncle ain't in the corner ready to fight somebody. You know what I mean? Main man ain't come in and start talking to your lady and you ready to go outside. We ain't got to do none of that. No. We go out, we go to serve the Most High. You know? Get ready for that. That's a great time. If you ain't never been to the Passover, you know, where HOI does it big. It's a beautiful time, you know? So wisdom is getting 11 out of your house, coming to Passover, and getting 11 out of your heart, get 11 out of your mind, get that pride, you know, that know-it-all spirit. It ain't good. It ain't good. Ain't nothing good come out of a know-it-all. You know what I'm saying? Because a know-it-all knows everything, but they don't know nothing. You know, you saw that in Ezra. The angels tell him, how much does fire weigh? Like, I don't know. How do you measure fire? I don't, you know. In Job, he's asking Job, you know, where were you when I laid the foundations? Were you was here? Say it. Go ahead. Tell me. That's why we should have that humbleness, because we don't know it all. You know? All right, let's go to 1 King chapter 3, verse 8. So we're just gonna get like examples of the Bible has a lot of important things in it, the past, the present, the prophecies, and it's beautiful because it has examples to follow. You know what I mean? Like, man, I ain't get raised by my dad, man. I don't know this, that, and the third. Well, guess what? You got the scriptures where you can look at powerful men throughout the course of history that are in your lineage that you can learn from. You can learn what they did. I mean, the good things they did and the not so good things that they did. And you can learn from that. You don't have to do it yourself. Solomon went off in his old age and was lighting incense to strange gods. You don't have to do that. That rent the whole kingdom, the northern kingdom and southern kingdom split. That's how serious it is. So you don't test the waters and say, "Oh, I'm gonna see, maybe I'll do it. It'll be different." No, you learn from it. That's being aware, being prudent, and moving in the right direction. We have examples. We just gotta take heed to. It's a beautiful thing that you can read these scriptures and learn from them. All right. 1 King 3, verse 8, Baba Kashar.
This is the book of 1 Kings, chapter 3 and verse 8. And thy servant is in the midst of thy people, which thou hast chosen, a great people that cannot be numbered nor counted for multitude.
Go ahead.
This is verse 9. Give therefore thy servant an understanding heart to judge thy people, that I may discern between good and bad. For who is able to judge this, thy so great a people?
So he wants to know, to discern, right? Be prudent, have judgment between good and bad. Have an understanding heart, be able to hear in the judgment. And that's something we're going to go over too. Talking isn't necessarily the best thing. Okay, there's time and place for everything, right? Because I said Isaiah 58:1, cry aloud, spare not. That's when you're at camp, you just keep talking. You know what I mean? Like, you stop for more than a minute, it's like, go ahead, man, don't quench the spirit, keep talking. You know what I mean? We go out there and we talk for hours. All right. But it's times where you just listen. It's times in life where you just listen. It's times in life. It's time at camp when you listen. If somebody's talking, you know what I mean? Listen to what they're saying. You might have to talk over them if they're being belligerent and everything like that, because, we're going to go over that. Paul talks about things like that, dealing with people like that. But for the most part, if you're having dialogue with somebody, listen to what they're saying. Listen to the questions they're saying. Listen to their concerns. All right. And that's at camp. But, normally throughout the day, you really want to listen. When you talk, everything. What you're saying, that already. When we listen, you can get more understanding. For example, being around an elders of Bach, elders of Ra, that's like a great thing that you can sit there and just listen to them. Now, if you go there, yeah, because I did this and I did that, and I, you ain't learning nothing. You learning how to just talk and boast, be boisterous and, I'm doing this and I'm doing that. Those brothers have decades of experience in here. You know what I'm saying? Chief Ephraim, Shalapar, Sabal, Yakatas, you know what I mean? The elders of HOI, they have years and years and decades of experience. So when you, like it says in the scriptures, when you're around great men, let your words be few. Listen. and you can soak up game. Okay. All right. So go ahead. Can you read the next verse? Verse was that 10?
Con, this verse 10. 1 Kings chapter 3 and verse 10. And the speech pleased the Lord that Solomon had asked this thing.
So that you see what pleased the Lord? We want to do stuff that pleases the Most High. We don't want to do the opposite. The opposite is death, judgment, and just a bad time, man. That's a bad John. Like the Most High said, I don't like a liar, and you start lying and carrying on and all that stuff. Not smart, right? But why did it please the Lord? He didn't. We'll keep going. Let's go. Can you read the next verse?
This verse 11. And God said unto him, because thou hast asked this thing, and hast not asked for thyself long life, neither has asked riches for thyself, nor has asked the life of thine enemies, but has asked for thyself understanding to discern judgment.
So he didn't want to live long. He didn't want to destroy his enemies. You know what I mean? Like, not saying he didn't, but he has a chance. He asked the Most High, like, what do you know, can I get this? Can I get that? Can I get all these riches and everything? But what happened to Solomon? How much money and jewels and, not necessarily paper money. He had gold and real substantial assets. You know what I'm saying? He had people giving him tribute, and he was getting cedar from Lebanon, you know what I mean, to make this temple, and he had a lot of goodly possessions, you understand, as the king. And what did he ask? He just wanted to discern between good and bad. We wanted wisdom. He wanted to be prudent. He wanted to be well in judgment. That pleased the Most High. That's something we should all take from. You get the opportunity to talk to the Most High's representative, like Solomon did. You know what I mean? What are you gonna ask for? Man, I want to win the lottery, man. Yo, give me $150 million. Matter of fact, make it $1 billion out of the mega million. And I'm going to get an island, and I'm going to get a Bentley, and I'm going to get a Rolls Royce and a Ferrari and all that. But if you're able to discern between good and evil, good and bad, all those things be added on. As you see it happen with Solomon, right? So this is another example that we can take from our ancestors, you know what I'm saying? Knowing that Solomon is H.O.I, it's definitely something you want to listen to, you know what I mean? It's definitely something you want to pay attention to. He's at the top of the daggone food chain, you know what I'm saying? What does it say? The Most High, Christ, man, woman, Let's go to 2 Chronicles 9 and 22. So it's not to be caught off guard, because who doesn't want, to be well off? So you don't have to struggle, and you know what I mean? You're looking at the bills and like, oh man, I'll pay this one this week, I'll pay that one the next week. Hopefully they don't cut off my lights before then. Like, who wants to go through all that? Nobody, right? So to be caught off guard is to get that question and to get it wrong. You know what I'm saying? I mean, not saying it don't necessarily be a wrong answer, but you can get stuff added on to all that, being selfless, right? Because he says, what? Because that asked this thing and have not asked for thyself long life. That's, I want to live forever. What about your people? What about your, oh, they'd be all right. I'm the king, so they'll be fine. Nah, that's being selfish, right? To be selfless is to say, I want to be able to judge these people correctly, okay? and not asking for riches, what? For thyself. You know, I want to be a billionaire. You know, because say I want to be a billionaire and I'm going to help out my people. You know, but he's saying, neither ask for riches for thyself, nor ask the life for the life of thine enemies. That might be my thing. They be like, most I like, what do you need? I'm like, I want to get Esau out of here and all those nations, and just being circumspect, thinking ahead before you might get asked that question. And at night is when a lot of things happen. Like we talked about, the Most High sealeth instructions at night, right? You don't know. You already have in your mind what you're thinking, right? You go to sleep, he self instruction in your head. He knows what you're thinking. He knows what you thought throughout the day, right? If you're thinking about carnal folly things, then that's what you're going to give them. You're going to give them carnal folly answers, So it's time to get our minds right. So we're not thinking about folly. We're not thinking about carnal things. We're thinking about beautiful things, things that can uplift our people as a whole, right? In righteousness. Okay, so let's bring that out. 2 Chronicles 9:22, Bokashar.
This 2 Chronicles chapter 9 and verse 22. And King Solomon passed all the kings of the earth in riches and wisdom.
Hi. Go ahead.
Verse 23. And all the kings of the earth sought the presence of Solomon to hear his wisdom that God had put in his heart.
So he has more wisdom and riches than anyone, right? Because why? Because of what he asked for. You know what I'm saying? Because the answers he gave 𝐤𝐿. So knowing that the answers you give are crucial, knowing that what's on your mind 24/7, you thinking about folly stuff, you're gonna get folly. You know what I'm saying? And he got more riches and wisdom than anybody, right? And what it say? God had put it in his heart, meaning his mind. So the wisdom that he was getting it from a higher power. Wisdom comes from a higher power. The wise, a lot of people are wise and they're, they think they're wise. You know what I'm saying? But they don't believe in the Most High. Oh, you believe in the Bible? They can have 17,500 different PhDs, master degrees, and be the biggest dummy on the block, man. You understand? Because it all comes from the Most High God, and it's subjection to the Most High God, being submissive to the Most High God. Listening instead of talking, reading, studying, learning, things of that nature. Because how did we all get into this truth? The Most High. You look at, talk about all the time. Were you walking down the street? Were you supposed to walk down that street that day when you saw the brothers at camp that woke you up with 1 billion videos on YouTube? The camp video is the one that popped up. Really? Do you honestly think that was a mistake? No. Like, we know the scriptures, right? We didn't choose him. He chose us. So knowing that, it's an honor, right? It's a privilege. Okay, it's a beautiful thing. So asking for wisdom is asking the Most High to guide you. And with that guidance, you see what happened with Solomon. He got all the riches he could ever imagine. You know what I'm saying? He said, past all the kings on the earth in riches and in wisdom, because he had 𝐤𝐿, Yahweh, monitoring him and guiding him. All right, now let's go to Isaiah 11 verse 1. So Yahushua is all throughout the scriptures, right? And there's some people that don't believe in Yahushua. I don't know where they're going, you know. That's rough. You know what I'm saying? If there's an order and you just totally skipping over Yahushua, I don't think he's gonna be too happy when he gets back. You know, this might be a Isaiah 63 moment. You know, you in the midst. You know, but there's people. You know, what are they called? Old Testament Israelites. It's confusing to me. You know, David says, "My Lord says to my Lord," like, what is he talking about there? It's very difficult for them to explain that. All right, but that's neither here nor there. Let's continue on with the word. All right, you bring that out, Isaiah chapter 11, verse 1.
There's Isaiah chapter 11, verse 1. And there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots.
Go ahead.
Verse 2. And the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and of the fear of the Lord.
Okay, so of course he's talking about Yahushua, right? And he's the embodiment of wisdom. All right, we're gonna get that. Let's go to Proverbs 8 and 1. So the spirit of wisdom and understanding, spirit of counsel and might, okay, the spirit of knowledge and the fear of the Lord. And when you read the scriptures, he says, listen, I go to my Father. You know what I mean? He conquered this death. He came here, he saw, he conquered, you know, and he goes back to the Father. So he's our mediator. So you know, that in itself, learning more about what he's talking about in the gospel, all the amazing things that Yahushua did on this earth. He said, you know, in order to put it, if you wrote down everything he did, it wouldn't fit in all the books. So he was just making moves on a daily basis. You know what I mean? We have I suppose like a fraction, you know what I mean? It's definitely a fraction of all the things that he did, you know? And he talked about being prudent, talked about judgment. He said, you know, the saints are going to judge the earth, right? So you don't be ignorant of large matters or small. So, like the video I just put on, you know what I mean? It's something that those two Edomites, they bring out a lot of stuff of what Esau's doing, you know? So prudent in learning more about the tricks and trades of what Esau is doing is finding Edomites that don't even like Esau. You know what I mean? That feels slighted, really. You know, like she said, oh, I've hoped that we're going to get this, you know, this world's going to be fine or whatever like that. Yeah, you know, it's wishful thinking. But they expose a lot of what Esau's doing. You know, if you can read in between the lines of what they're saying and the documents that they bring out, you can learn a lot. You can learn a lot from an Edomite, right? Okay, so let's go to, we're going to read through this Proverbs 8. All right, we'll start at verse 1.
This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 8 and verse 1. Doeth not wisdom cry, and understanding put forth her voice?
All right, go ahead.
She standeth in the top of the high places, by the way and the places of the paths.
Go ahead.
She cried at the gates, at the entry of the city, at the coming in at the doors.
And that's what we do, right?
Wow.
We go to the highways and hedges, you know what I'm saying, to the chief place of concourse. you know, and, you know, our doctrine, it doesn't get cut. You know, people come up and they try to, you know, and it's not our doctrine, you know what I'm saying? As far as, I mean, I'm not going to go, you know, proudly say, you know, our doctrine, the best doctrine and everything like that. But, you know, when people come up and try to gainsay, it's very difficult to do that, you know, because we read, thus saith the Lord, thus saith the Holy Bible, you know, so we reading from the scriptures. Okay, go ahead.
God, this verse 4. Unto you, O men, I call, and my voice is to the sons of man.
Go ahead.
This verse 5. O ye simple, understand wisdom, and ye fools, be ye of an understanding heart.
You know, these scriptures, you know, I mean, simple wise, you know what I mean? It's knowing these scriptures is wisdom, you know what I'm saying? And the embodiment of HOI is wisdom. Go ahead.
God, this verse 7, Salakia, verse 6. Hear, for I will speak of excellent things, and the opening of my lips shall be right things.
God. So when we talk thus saith the Lord. You know what I'm saying? We just you know, just getting sharp with the scriptures. You know, you see a certain time, you know, you see a certain license plate, you see that, like, oh, hold on. That reminds me of Leviticus 23rd chapter. Let me read that again. You know what I mean? It's just, you always want to have this knowledge in your mind, in your heart. Okay. And especially in these last days, I saw this one billboard. It said, look busy, Jesus is coming. and that's the truth. That's the truest thing in the world, man. You gotta look busy, man. You gotta get busy. You know, you gotta aim to make it to these feast days. You gotta aim to make it and congregate amongst your brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? Exalt one another, you know. Stay focused in these last days. Don't fall off. Not now. Why now? You should have fell off 5 years ago, 2 years ago. Not even 2 years ago. That was when COVID and everything happened. So we've been in the motion of extreme prophecy. When I say extreme, I mean like straight from the book to the television, to the news, to the back to the book. You know, what did North Korea do? North Korea, they just shot off a underwater nuclear missile. If you haven't paid attention, North Korea has been shooting off missiles left and right. North Korea said, we got 800,000 young men that all signed up, ready to destroy America. That's what North Korea said. 800,000 strong, like that signed up. I don't even think they're not even talking about their army. These guys like, yo, I can't stand America and I want them out of here. Yo, hey, man, who am I to tell them not to? You know, they're upset. So they're gonna get theirs. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna get they thing off, you know what I mean? And this is what they said. What did he say? He said, North Korea leader says his country's strong military deterrence will make Washington and Seoul plunge into despair. When you start using like words of poets, plunge into despair, you know he's serious. That guy killed his uncle. You know what I mean? You might want to leave him alone. These are the prophecies and things that are happening now. Let's talk about Russia real quick. The United Kingdom, the UK, has approved to give Ukraine depleted uranium shells for their tanks. Now, depleted uranium, like that sounds like it'll mess somebody up. It will. You know how we know? Because the United States uses it on everybody. On Syria, Kosovo. Iraq. This is something that the United States government does. Okay, so you shoot the tank missile, it blows up, and it just ruins the land. You know, it's depleted uranium. They can't get rid of it, right? So Russia said, "Oh, yo, that's what y'all want to do? Okay, say less, because we got something that's more. We don't have depleted uranium. We got the uranium. We got the bombs that's about to get dropped on them, like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, on Washington and New York and LA and Chicago and Philadelphia, wherever. This what you want to do? Say less." So the Secretary of Defense in Russia said we are inching closer and closer to a nuclear apocalypse. Now you're like, hold on, I heard that somewhere before. You know, Russia says that all the time. The Secretary of Defense said it. All right, it wasn't no like their version of Fox News or their version of CNN over there, or Meglovich. He's the second in command over there. But you know, he'd be shooting off at the mouth sometimes. You know what I'm saying? He's not the president, so he doesn't make the decision to press the button. When the president talks to his advisors, and he's talking to the Secretary of Defense, and he said, "Yeah, we're ticking into nuclear apocalypse." You better believe him. Israel just bombed Syria as we on this call. They blew up a ammunition depot over there with Iranian guards, the revolutionary guards of Iran. How many people died? I don't know, but it's a big explosion. You know, that's an escalation, because right now, Iran is building up its forces. I mean, building up its uranium to make nuclear weapons. So this isn't the time to fall off. No. It's time to fall on. It's time to read more. You know what I mean? Look at that sin like this, you know, it's a dirty rag. All our righteousness is a dirty rag. Get that sin out of there. You know what I mean? Be prepared to meet greatness. All right. Be prepared to see who we've been reading about all these years. Okay. Because that time's coming. Obviously it's coming. It's not even a question. North Korea just tested an underwater nuclear weapon. North Korea has the largest nuclear weapon on the face of the planet. Our defenses, our military has been moving equipment from Hawaii. They're saying there's a lot of equipment being moved. Why? Because North Korea is about to shoot off an ICBM nuclear missile. Where will it land? I don't know. Maybe Hawaii. But they have ships out right now because they know they're about to shoot this off. They've been talking heavy. And you got to listen to him because he has the power. He has the access. You know, of course, Yahweh Shai does everything, but he definitely put that Jap in line to, or I guess he's not Japanese, whatever. They put him in line to, take care of business. Okay, let's go to Daniel chapter 2, verse 16. We're going to get into this story with Daniel and what he did. You know what I mean? It's another example of being prudent, having judgment, and what to do in certain situations. Leaning on the Most High, Yahweh Shai. Leaning on him wholeheartedly in these last days. Earthquakes over there in the Middle East, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India. Very proud, the heathens over there. They were begging Allah to help them. 7.7 earthquake. You know what I mean? Over there, they said 7.7. Over here, they said 6.8. Either way, it was a large earthquake. You know what I'm saying? And they're saying, Allah help me, you know? how many aftershocks you think Allah is going to stop the aftershocks after a large earthquake like that? No, just like Turkey, it's going to be continued to have aftershocks, hundreds of aftershocks after a massive earthquake like that. And it's going to shake the foundations of their house and collapse. So they're not sleeping in the house right now. They're sleeping outside. All praise the Most High. These heathens got to learn to shut their mouth. Okay? Let's go to Daniel 2:16, Baba Kashar.
This is the book of Daniel, chapter 2, verse 16. And it reads, Then Daniel went in and desired of the king that he would give him time and that he would show the king the interpretation.
All right, because the king's like, yo, what was my dream about? Wise men are like, I don't know. He's like, all right, I'm killing all y'all. Like, that's the power of the king. You know what I'm saying? Daniel's like, whoa, chill, hold up. Give me some time, man. I got this. Chaasadyah. Can you hear me?
Khan,
My bad. Something happened with my give me one. All right. All right. I don't know. Anyway. All right. So where was I? Chaasadyah. All right. So Dana said, give me a minute, give me some time and all that. Why is this? My apologies, y'all.
Khan.
I don't know what just happened. Some extra. All right. All right, let's get back to business. Okay. Can you read the next verse?
Khan, this verse 17. Then Daniel went to his house and made the thing known to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, his companions.
So what did he do? He went to his homies. Now, okay, that's better. Okay, all right. So he went to his folks. Now, was his folks what was their occupation? Were they just sitting around popping pills and getting drunk all day and fornicating and rolling up weed? What were they doing? Did he go to those guys? Was he hanging around people like that? Nah, he had some wise men around him. You know what I'm saying? And he goes to them like, yo, we gotta talk, right? Go ahead.
Verse 19. Chaasadyah, verse 18. That they would desire mercies of the God of heaven concerning the secret, that Daniel and his fellows should not perish with the rest of the wise men of Babylon.
So they desired the mercies of the God of heaven. You know what I mean? They what was the first thing they did? They're like, oh man, we about to get drunk. This is messed up, man. We about to all die. No, they went and they prayed. They inquired. They were prudent. You know what I mean? Sorry. Oh no, I'm on a call. Ugh, okay. Trying to disrupt the word. You see that? Nah, we ain't gonna let that happen. All right, let me get back in the spirit, y'all. So we desired the mercies of the God of heaven. Okay. You know what I mean? Because they didn't want, they're like, we ain't trying to perish with these astrologers and magicians and all this in Babylon. No. okay? They have a secret weapon. And guess what? I do you one better. You got a secret weapon too. Yeah, yeah. Call the Most High God. You understand? You got to use him. You know, he don't sleep. He don't get weary. You know, he's always working. And like a video game, right? Like a power pellet or something that turns you into this, you know, this like a strong man. Like let's say Mario Brothers, right? Mario Brothers, you get that star and you start running through people and all that, and then you don't get one another you know, during the course of the level, you don't get another one of them. That's not the way this works in this in this thing of ours. This is forever, man. This keeps on going. You know, the only person that can mess this up is us. You know, as an individual, is you. The only person that can mess this up is you. You follow the law, statutes, commandments. The Most High finds favor in you, has mercy on you. You know, you go through the trials and tribulations to get here. You know what I mean? You got to get some judgment. What do you call karma, whatever? You know, the stuff that you had in the past, right? Some people call it karma, judgment, right? You get judged. Now, if you go back to your vomit, yeah, it's you know, you severing ties, like it says in Wisdom of Solomon, I think 1 verse 3. You know, the Most High gonna depart, right? But if you stay strong, you stay girded, you keep going the right direction, you have this all the time. He has ear 24 hours, 365, 66 in the leap year. You know, before you go to sleep, when you wake up, you talking to the Most High. I dare somebody to mess with you. And watch what happens. And the Most High gonna make it very pronounced and aggressive. You know what I mean? Just to show that he ain't playing. This is what he does. All right. So what they did, they're like, look, we ain't trying to die. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna pray to the Most High, of course. Right? Go ahead. Read next verse.
Con, it's verse 19. Then was the secret revealed unto Daniel in a night vision. Then Daniel blessed the God of heaven.
Con. All right. Let's go to hold that. Let's go to Numbers 12 and 6.
There's the book of Numbers, chapter 12 and verse 6. And he said, hear now my words. If there be a prophet among you, I, the Lord, will make myself known unto him in a vision and will speak unto him in a dream.
And we are at a point in our evolution, you know what I'm saying? When I say that evolution, I'm not talking about Darwin evolution. This is us evolving into better versions of ourselves, right? So through this, now a lot of people are getting dreams. A lot of people are getting visions. A lot of people are seeing end time scenarios and visions that wake up in cold sweats, being scared. Or you wake up and you see visions of the kingdom and you're overjoyed and it wants you to keep going. Either way, you know what I mean? Like it says in Jude, you know, whether it's compassion or fear, you know, it's hopefully it's pushing you in the right direction. But a lot of people are getting these dreams and these visions. Okay, let's go back to Daniel, right? And look, what does it say? Go come together, O nation not desired. Right? Matter of fact, before you go back to that, can you go to Proverbs 11 and 14? Daniel ain't just sit home and be like, all right, man, I'm gonna figure this out by myself, man. You know what I'm saying? I got my homies over there. They're pretty wise, but I'm cool. You know, I'm just gonna sit in this room by myself. He didn't do that. Right? He said, look, man, they gonna try to kill us all. you know? So let's figure this one out. What we gonna do? What we gonna do? We're gonna pray to the Most High God. You know what I'm saying? Like that's put their heads together and came up with the best solution, right? Let's bring that out. Proverbs 11, verse 14, King.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 11 and verse 14. Where no counsel is, the people fall, but in the multitude of counselors, there is safety.
In a multitude of counselors, there's safety. So the individualite mindset is difficult to understand. Meaning, all right, if you're not part of HOI, you're not part of any camp or whatever, but you actively like trying to bring brothers down, like you part of a camp. Oh, that's evil, man. You got that One West doctrine. Have no idea where One West is. You could tell them One West is in Brooklyn, they'll believe it. You could tell them One West is in New Jersey, they'll believe it. You know what I mean? They have no idea. It's something that they heard. So, you know, as that individualite is a rough go about because you by yourself. You know what I mean? And actively trying to bring brothers down that are part of camps, which is odd, which is strange. I don't get it. You know, do you? But why are you trying to bring brother? You know why? I'll tell you why. Because their lady's Esau. You know what I'm saying? Esau's the Arab. Because my wife is Esau, you know what I'm saying? Or they're Esau and his family, or a lot of them still smoke weed, you know? And you'd be like, yo, you can melt it down and put it in the brownies and cookies and stuff like that. Like, nah, I'm gonna still smoke it. You know, I'm gonna do what I want to do. That's that individualized spirit. I'm gonna do what I want to do, and nobody can tell me anything. Until, of course, somebody tells you something, and that'd be like, you know, it's important, but it'll be the last thing that they you know, that they hear. You know, could be sound judgment, sound doctrine, sound counsel, and they don't take it and they perish, like it says. All right. But wise men, prudent men, realize they want to get around other wise men, other prudent men. You know what I'm saying? And listen to what they have to say and listen to their breakdowns and gain knowledge and gain wisdom. Okay. A lot of bug outs out here, a lot of bug outs. All right. Let's go back to Daniel chapter 2, verse 20. Bubba Shaw.
The book of Daniel, chapter 2 and verse 20. Daniel answered and said, blessed be the name of God forever and ever, for wisdom and might are his.
Wisdom and might are his. Daniel is smart enough to realize that. That like, man, see, yeah, I did it. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody know the dream. So, you know, I went home, you know, and I just figured it out by myself. Daniel ain't proud like that. Daniel says, shoot, it all came from Yahweh Shem Yahushai. Straight like that. You know, wisdom and might are his. Let's go to Psalms 34 and 3. It's a very wise man to know where his wisdom comes from, you know? And I'm going to say this throughout this lesson, the I, me. You know what I mean? That's that non-humble mentality. You know what I'm saying? That puffed up, leavened, proud, pride mentality is a death sentence. Get away from it. You know what I mean? If you find yourself saying I more than you say all praise to the Most High, all praise to the Most High, then you in bad shape right now. Okay, and I'm gonna get on Eve too throughout this lesson. Eve, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough, Eve. All right. I actually had a dream regarding Eve. Very powerful dream, right? In a room with very, very tall men. Very tall men on pillars, right? Background, very sleek, gray, you know what I mean? Those that ears let them hear. And you sit back and listen, and what the lights went out, right? Or it was a long conversation, but without going into detail, because I can't even remember the conversation. The lights went black, said the black woman is in trouble. Was that it? The black woman. I don't want to say like she's in trouble, go help her. It was more like she's gonna get a major whooping in these last days. You know what I'm saying? And when I started, I kind of dwelt on it, thinking about it a little bit, like, because I had this dream. I had not the same exact dream. I had another dream. It was like a couple years ago. Same thing, pretty much. Not the same situation, not the same setting, not the same people, right? It was but the same message, pretty much, like the black woman is really, really far gone. You know what I'm saying? Selling out in the Garden of Eden for to Esau, you know what I mean? To the other nations. And now it's like mammon, if you ain't got no money, I don't want to say hi, I can't even speak to you, don't even look in my direction. That the attitude, it's vicious. It's world renowned too. The black woman's attitude is world renowned. There's not a nation on earth that doesn't know Eve will give it to you and talk to the hand and all, whatever. You know what I mean? Think about your H.O.I coming back and seeing that after having a mother like he had. You know what I'm saying? His family, his sister, like he knew what the meekness, the softness of a woman, and coming back and seeing this, he's gonna go crazy. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, so those who have an ear, let them hear. And if you are a so-called black woman and you're hearing this, you're like, what about the black men? See, there's the problem. There's a problem. Accountability is just not there. And what can the Most High do? What can H.O.I do for you in the kingdom if you can't be accountable for anything? Not much. I don't know too many brothers that will put up with that, period. So, through the spirit, nobody's going to put up with it. You know what I'm saying? This is going to be dirt and worms. All right. And I don't think just dirt and worms. I think it's going to be a lot worse than that. A lot worse than that. Okay. So you better really change. If you say not me, or whatever, I'll do really look in the mirror and my old supervisor said, have a come to Jesus meeting, you know what I mean? And really like examine thyself. Okay. Because you ain't gonna get too many more warnings, right? And I was looking at another brother from another camp. He was saying the same thing, So that's the spirit. That's the spirit. All right. A little bit more vocal, probably had a couple more curse words in there, but I'm just, just trying to let you know, so-called black woman, get your act together. They ain't say nothing. They ain't say nothing about the Hispanic. They ain't say nothing about Native American. It was Judah, I'm assuming Benjamin and Levi, but it said, black woman is in a lot of trouble. Okay. All right. Okay, where we at? Psalm 34 and 3, Baba Kashar.
The book of Psalms, chapter 34, verse 3. Oh, magnify the Lord with me, and let us exalt his name together.
So that's what Daniel's doing. He's magnifying the name of the Lord. That's a beautiful thing. I mean, something happens that you're happy about, that the Most High granted, you prayed for it and it happened. Boom, you gotta exalt that to the four corners of the earth. This is what happened. All praise to the Most High. He is merciful. He hears you. Keep going. You know what I mean? That's your due diligence. What's the least you can do? Because they was about to die, right? Go ahead, give me verse 4.
This is verse 4. I sought the Lord, and he heard me and delivered me from all my fears.
Sought the Most High. He heard you. You know what I mean? That's a beautiful thing to be heard from the Yahweh Shemel Shai. You know, it starts with following the law. It starts with aiming for perfection. It starts with not making excuses. All right, excuses will get you in a lot of trouble in this truth, in this walk. Oh, I can't do this because of that. Oh, I couldn't make it to the new moon because of that. I mean, it's reasons why, but you have to say that to Yahweh, and you have to make it make sense. He's going to have to say, all right, I get it. Or he's going to say, you couldn't make it to the new moon, but if it was $2 million at the new moon and some gold, would you be there? Oh, yeah, I would have been there. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I would have been there. Well, there that is. You know what I'm saying? You want some first 48 top time and making excuses, sitting in the hot seat. That's not going to work. All right, let's go to can you read next verse 4. I mean, Slaki, verse 5.
Come is verse 5. They looked unto him and were lightened, and their faces were not ashamed.
Enlightened, you know, because we live in an oppressive society, man. You know what I'm saying? You feel oppressed, you feel depressed. To feel lightened is feel cheerful. You're flowing like a stream. It's a beautiful feeling to be lightened, you know? Exact opposite. It's you're slunged over, you're upset, you know? But the Most High hears you. What do you got to worry about? You just got to have a memory to keep this in mind, that this happened. Write it down, take a picture, do whatever you got to do so you don't forget that the Most High is with you. Why are you still here if he's not? You know? I mean, we're going to get to some people that aren't, you know what I mean, that are good fakers, you know? And I hope nobody on this call is, because you can't fake God. All right? Let's go to Matthew 7:7. All right, so we got to Daniel, you know, what he did. He was ready to perish. Perish means die, you know, they're ready to kill him if he didn't come up with this dream interpretation. And guess what happened? The Most High gave him that interpretation. And what did he do? The least he could do is exalt the Most High. That's the least he can do. You know, we go out in the highways and byways and exalt the Most High. Here's our prayer. You go on the internet, exalt the Most High. Here's your prayers. You go on both. Make sure you are thanking the Most High when he gives you an answer to your prayers. All right. What did I say? Yeah, Matthew 7:7. Bob Shaw.
There's Matthew chapter 7 and verse 7. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you.
So if you ask, it shall be given. Seek, you're going to get it. You know, you're looking for something. You know, you're looking for the truth, looking for an answer. You're going to get it. Knocking, the door is going to be open to you. Now, Christians take this and just say, oh, man, see, that's all I got to do is ask, and I get this, that, and the third. And then they realize, how come I'm not getting anything? This is kind of like, you know, like Paul, like he assumes everybody knows the law that's reading Paul. Come to find out, so-called 2023, 9 times out of 10, people are reading Paul or quoting Paul. They have no idea about the law. You know what I mean? As far as people in the world, I'm not talking about Israelites, right? And probably some Israelites. I wouldn't be surprised. But it's just assuming that you know that, yeah, if you turn your ear away from hearing the law, then your prayer is an abomination. So you're probably not going to get what you're asking for. You know what I mean? But at the same time, the Most High is merciful. You know, if he sees, I mean, I'm not going to speculate on why, but there's times where I wasn't following the law. I didn't know anything about the Israelites, and I prayed, and, you know, and things happened in my favor, you know. So he's very merciful, but for the most part, that mercy and grace is you can see it in less and less prevalent nowadays, because a lot of people are getting killed, a lot of people getting shot down. That grace is running out, you know, and it's the time period we living in. We're talking about nuclear weapons. We're talking about from every country that hates America aiming their arrows here at Babylon. So, you know, these things aren't going to last forever. You know, that grace is the time period. It's not going to last forever. But if you are on point, if you are moving in the right direction, you follow the Sabbath, you know what I mean? It's like you honoring the Sabbath, honoring the feast days, you know, adhering to the law written in the Torah, right? You ask for something, you're going to get it. All right, let's go to Jeremiah 17 and verse 10. Yeah, it's a few things going on in the world today, and they're all leaning towards the end. You know, there's some new virus, not virus, it's like some strain of bacteria that they don't even know what it is. You know, but medicine ain't helping, you know, and it's, you know, they do have these super bugs coming from time to time. California, damn. California has had 12, count that number, atmospheric, I'm saying that wrong, atmospheric storms. I've been having trouble with that word all week, but put it like this. The Most High is taking a whole bunch of water from over here, putting it right over California and dumping it. So they said it's about it's about hundreds of millions of dollars in damages as far as the crops goes, and to $1 billion in damages. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of famine. You know what I mean? If East Palestine had a train derailment and that whole cycle of acid rain and coming back down on the earth, destroying the crops, continues over there, that's a lot of farms over there in Ohio on the so-called East Coast, right? Go on the so-called West Coast, boom. Now you have massive amount of floods. Whatever you planting is not, you know, going to grow because it's soaked in water right now and dying. Probably not the best type of water either. And it's a lot of water. Okay, so that's more damage to the farmland. And, you know, California exports a lot of things, and of course feeds America as well. So, you know, California has its own economy. Like, it's a huge economy worldwide. It's getting destroyed. If you live in the mountains over there in California, it's all snow. So there are literally houses buried underneath 10 feet of snow, along with more weather on the way, more so-called bad weather on the way. I don't think it's bad. It's what the Most High says is going to happen is happening. So if you live in the mountains, you really want to get away from niggas. You know what I'm saying? You're like, oh, I'm in the mountains. I'm so safe. Esau, I'm hunting my food. Everything's good. Snowstorm happens. All right, no bad, no problem. It's a big snowstorm. And then like 11 more happen within a small period of time. And your roof collapses. You call a roofer up there? Can anybody get to you? How do you keep a fire when you have 10 feet of snow on your roof and now it's in your living room? You think a blanket's going to help if you get cold? Maybe a heating pad? Nah, you're going to freeze to death. So I remember California said, keep God out of California or something like that. I don't think God listened. You know, if anything, God's all over California, you know, in Isaiah 29 verse 6. He's in the storm and tempest, okay? So last day implications. Yeah, that's where we're at with it. All right, let's go to Jeremiah 17, verse 10, Baba Kishar.
This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 17 and verse 10. I, the Lord, searched the heart. I tried the reins, even to give every man according to his ways and according to the fruit of his doings.
All right, so you can't hide your hate for a brother, your hate for your sister, hate for your nation. You can't hide it. You can front in front of a lot of people. People are good fronters in this truth. You know what I mean? Until they say something that makes you look at them sideways, like, you thought that the whole time, didn't you? You know, when people with like huge, puffed up heads and such says to an elder of 30 years, you ain't ready for the kingdom. Wow, really? That's what you think? That's what you I'll bring that up every lesson, man. You know what I mean? Because that's just mind-boggling. I don't know if the brother repented over that. He said it publicly. He should definitely repent publicly. Because that's the dumbest thing, I think. It's not the dumbest thing, but it's pretty goofy. Because as far as H.O.I saying, you know what I'm saying? You gotta treat your neighbor as yourself, right? He was breaking down the law. That's a big part of the law. And reading Leviticus, that's the law. You know what I mean? Your neighbor is other nations. So if you hate somebody in your heart and you wait for something to happen and you just spaz out, you was thinking like that the whole time. You can't fool me. You can't fool me. How you gonna? Hey, you figure you can fool your H.O.I? The whole world could see that, right? So of course, Most High and the Son could see it as well. So he searches their hearts. He searches the reins. Okay. To give every man according to his ways. Now let's get that account, right? Let's go to Genesis 18:18. Because Solomon asked for discernment, wisdom, prudence, right? Daniel prayed for the understanding of the dream, right? So what about Abraham? Let's see, let's bring that out. Genesis 18, verse 18.
God, there's Genesis chapter 18 and verse 18. And it reads, seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him.
All right, go ahead.
Verse 19, for I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken of him.
So, of course, the Most High was watching Abraham. Do you know what I'm saying? He knew his disposition. He said, you know what? I might as well tell him. I'm about to destroy this place. Sodom and Gomorrah, it's about to be a wrap. You know what I mean? And that's why it says the Most High's eyes are 10,000 times brighter than the sun. You know what I mean? He searches the reins and the hearts, So he knows who's thorough and who's not. He knows who's fronting and who's real. He knows who's taking this walk seriously and who's just trying to cash out. You know what I mean? So you can't hide, being prudent, having judgment, And we're going to get to that. Having the fear of the Most High is crucial. Because this is somebody that knows you already. He knows you more than you, better than you know yourself. He knows your past lives, who you are before the regeneration. He knows your mistakes you made then, and mistakes you made before then, and before then. So the idea of, man, I can get away with this, man, that's bogus. It's gone. Get it out your mind. You know, it's time to have a re-examination. Know thyself. Know who you are. Know what can throw you off, and then combat that. You want to have a relationship with the Most High like Abraham did. I say that probably every class too. You definitely want to be a friend of the Most High as best as you can, you know? Now, of course, the Most High, he's the type of friend that'll beat you up. You know what I mean? He'll knock you down. Get up, little nigga. You know what I'm saying? Make you strong. You ain't gonna go there all soft to the Most High. No, he's gonna tear you down to the ground. Have you sitting there on your knees in the middle of your living room crying, pleading to the Most High, you know, of help. He's the one that tore you down, and he's gonna be the one that helped you up. And that'll make you a stronger person because of it. This walk ain't easy. It's definitely worth it, though. It's definitely worth it. So remain strong, you know, remain strong. If the closer you get to the Most High, you keep feeling, you know, body shots and, you know what I mean? Just life is just not going the way you thought it would be. Keep going, though. Keep going. Keep following the law. It will eventually pan out. It'll eventually start to get smoother. And then who knows, in another week, it might get back to where it was or even worse. But then it pans out, gets smoother. That's the way this goes, like a roller coaster. You know, eventually it's going to be all up and up. You know, eventually we're going to be in, you know, Most High willing, experiencing things that our ancestors were asking thousands of years ago. All right, let's go to Sirach 33 and 2. So let's not be ignorant of this, though, brethren. You know, the wise men, the men that the Most High, like, you know, the Most High gave reverence to. You know, when I say reverence, meaning like shout him out. You know, Abraham's my friend. David is a man after my own heart. You know, nobody's wiser than Solomon. You know, Daniel's a prophet. All these things, right? Because they followed the law. They all followed the law. They weren't into making excuses. They understood that it's all or none. All right, let's go to Sirach 33 and 2.
Sirach chapter 33, verse 2. A wise man hated not the law, but he that is an hypocrite therein is as a ship in a storm.
And you know what, a ship in a storm, it's all, it just, you know, it goes wherever the wind takes it. It goes wherever the storm takes it. That's a hypocrite, you know. But a wise man hated not the law. Oh man, all praises for the Sabbath. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh. Or it's like, oh, here's the Sabbath again. I guess I can't cook. Oh man, I can't wait till we get out of here. You know what I mean? Like when you look at the law, right, and you look at science, you start to realize that, man, God knows what he's talking about. You can't just work yourself to death. Your body's not built for that. You know, we're in these fleshly bodies. You know what I mean? We're not in our heavenly bodies where we can run and not get weary and do all these things. You know what I'm saying? We stuck in these bodies. So you gotta relax. You gotta chill. You gotta learn to relax yourself. You know what I mean? You will give yourself a heart attack. Your cortisol levels due to stress, it depletes your body. You know what I mean? People that get stressed, their kidneys shut down. You know, you get stressed, you get heart disease. You can have a brain aneurysm. You know what I'm saying? You can have a stroke. Like there's things that if you just continue to, fight or flight, and you're just always wound up and everything like that, your body's it's going to be affected. It's a mind, body, and soul connection. If the body's weak, then, your mind's not going to be able to be as focused as it is. And if your mind's not as focused as it is, how you going to feed your soul? It all works in tangent, hand in hand. You know what I mean? So learn to relax. Learn to calm down. We live in captivity. This place is crazy. Everywhere you go is crazy. It's a damn zoo. I watched videos on New York, what's going on in New York. It's crazy. They be pushing people on the subway. A lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, it happened again? Philadelphia is like it's gotta be like the carjacking capital of America at this point. And the people that are still in the cars, they're like 10 years old. I'm being facetious, but they're really young. And older ones. So, you don't give up your car, you get shot. You don't give up your wallet, you got nothing in it. You know what I'm saying? So you're already getting robbed for the little stuff that you have. This place is crazy. It's madness. In Philadelphia, on one of the sisters' blocks, 70 shots. They released a video today. 4 guys, young black males, just run up on the scene and just start shooting. They shot 2 13-year-olds and a 16-year-old. 2 of them in critical condition. 70 shots. Pretty much shot up the whole block. All the cars got shot up and everything. As the police are processing the scene, it was another shooting around the corner. You would think the guy that pulled out the gun would say, "Why are all those cops down the street?" No, he didn't care. And he shot somebody. He shot the guy twice in the legs. So these things can, the trauma that comes with violent crime like that can really affect you adversely. I always have headaches, you know what I mean? Inflammation in your body, like it can mess up your immune system. You'll always be sick. So we have to learn to relax. Hence the Sabbath. You have a day every week to calm down, relax, kick your feet up. If you part of HOI, you go into camp, but before camp, you can relax for a little bit. You know what I mean? Take some time off. Okay. Also, eating pork. You eat pork, what happens? High blood pressure. Everybody's family are probably on this call or beyond that has family that are not in the truth that continue to eat pork. They probably have health problems. After you get to a certain age, you're going to have health problems. You can't eat stuff like that and not have health problems. If you eat pork, you might as well eat porcupine and raccoon and possum and all that other stuff. Like, what? Why stop at the pork? But that's why we have laws. It's like, don't eat these things. Some of these animals are just really dirty, and you don't want to put that in your body. If you do, your body will reject it. Okay. And by reject it means you're going to get sick. So hate not the law. A wise man hateth not the law, because he knows the law is to help him advance. Okay. Let's go to Sirach 2:15. We're going to stay in Sirach. Let's go to Sirach 2:15 and, be aware. Be aware that the Most High God wants to see you succeed. You know what I mean? He wants to see you make it. So the law is not grievous. It really isn't as hard as some people perceive it to be. Because you follow the laws of the land, thousands of those laws. You don't even jaywalk. You know, you don't do any credit card scams. You don't rob people. You're doing pretty good. So, you know, same thing. Flush the toilet when you use the bathroom. You know what I mean? Don't no incest. You know what I'm saying? You lay down with your wife, lay down with your husband, hop in the shower. Like it's really like simple things. You know what I'm saying? All right. Let's go to yeah, Sirach 2:15, Bubble Shaw.
This is Sirach chapter 2, verse 15. They that fear the Lord will not disobey his word, and they that love him will keep his ways.
If you love the Most High, you will keep his ways. You love me, keep my commandments. Oh, I love God. You keep his commandments? No, you don't love God. That's pretty much what that's saying. Go ahead.
This is verse 16. They that fear the Lord will seek that which is well pleasing unto him, and they that love him shall be filled with the law.
They that love him shall be filled with the law. You know, always thinking about the law. Always having your mind on the law. What's in that? What's that right there? Oh, that's turkey? All right. What's that over there? That's pork. Nope. What's in there? Shellfish? Nope. Crab cakes? Nope. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not even a question, not even a thought. It's like, I'm cool. That's not food. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Go ahead, King.
It's gotten to a point where I'm starting to pick up on the colors, man. Sometimes I go up in these supermarkets, you know, human beings, they make mistakes in this thing, right? So, like, I left the pork alone, the ham alone, and I noticed how pink the meat be coming out. It's like real pinkish. But sometimes I might see a sign that says turkey on it, and if it looks too pink, I'm not trusting it. There's a chance they might have made a mistake on that. You know what I mean? So a lot of times I really can't trust that, but now I'm at the point where I'm looking at the color. You know, if it looks a little too light, it might just be ham. But other than that, turkey, it looks a little more darker. But when you get to that level that you even notice a color variation, you know, that's when you're on the right path. I yield.
Come. I don't even eat turkey ham because it's got ham in it. I'm not ham in it, but just the name, I'm like, I still don't want it. Like I can live my life without it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like for real, like I really eat select things. You know what I'm saying? There's no need for me to deviate to the left or to the right in a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? Nowadays talking about they're having lab-grown chicken. You know what I mean? Like this place is totally defiled. It's totally defiled. And who do you trust? Like Zebulon was talking about, who do you trust? You like the FDA? They're supposed to have your back when it comes to food. They had a recall of it was like organic strawberries not too long ago, and it was something else. Salakia, I can't think of what it was, but whatever it was, they're like, yeah, so if you bought this last March, nigga, it's March now. What are you talking about last March? Yeah, so if you bought this last March, then you need to throw it away. Or you can get hepatitis or listeria or some crazy air, some bacteria in it, right? Salmonella. So y'all waited a whole year to tell us this? Place is heavily defiled, y'all. You know, you find something you like oatmeal. Man, thank God they didn't destroy oatmeal yet, but who knows what's in there? You know what I mean? I try to get the best. You say non-GMO, right? But who's checking to see if it's GMO? They don't. In Whole Foods, they get their food from China. And once it comes in from China, nobody's over there in China checking if it's GMOs or not, or checking to see if it's organic or not. You know, Shalapar brought this up. Nobody's checking. So it's kind of like, oh, look at this. I have this apple from Whole Foods. It costs $17. It's very organic and trendy. Man, they were playing soccer with that apple over there in China before they shipped it over. You don't know what's going on. And all they got to do is put a little sticker on it, say it's from Whole Foods. You think Jeff Bezos knows everything, and you're paying $17 for an apple. Nah, that's why you gotta, trust in 𝐤𝐿𝐼. And like Zebulon says, follow your heart, follow your spirit. If it don't look right, then it ain't right. All right. Let's go to voice verse 17.
There's the Sirach chapter 2, verse 17. They that fear the Lord will prepare their hearts and humble their souls in his sight.
Prepare your mind. You fear the Most High, prepare your mind. You're going to meet your maker. He's going to know everything that's on your mind. He's going to know everything you did last summer. He's going to know everything you did yesterday. He's going to know everything you did ever. So prepare yourself for that. Take this walk seriously, because you're a witness against yourself. Nobody has to come in and say, yeah, I seen him do that. You seen you did that. Your brain is a computer. All you have to do is rewind it. Do. There it is. And the time, the date, the temperature outside, everything. It's all in your head. You know what I'm saying? Like a hypnotist. You ever see a hypnotist? They can go back to when you're 5 years old. Where are you? Oh, They can get you. They can rewind your mind back to the time you don't even remember. And it's very accurate. You know what I'm saying? So if the hypnotist knows what he's doing, it's accurate. So if a hypnotist can do that, you think 𝐤𝐿𝐼 can do that? Of course. Everything's documented. All right. And humble your souls in his sight. He said, I will visit. Didn't he say that? He said, it's going to be a time where I'm going to visit this planet. Paraphrasing. Yeah. Yeah, he's doing that now. Then Pentagon said there's a mothership in the solar system, right? And it's not sending down probes. I believe it. I know everybody's gonna say, yeah, it's gonna, they're gearing up for a blue beam. I wouldn't put it past Esau to do that, And, they have Operation Northwoods. There's where they knock down planes out of the sky. They have a lot of operations that they have that are that have been declassified, or somebody found out about them and, brought it out. They're not gonna be they're not gonna do all these operations before the end times. These are, what I mean? Just because they have them doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna do it.
Salakia.
Go ahead.
I just I had to pull it up. I wanted to say it while you were speaking on it, about the hypnotist, like how they're able to go into your mind, right, and cause you to remember things from way back. Esau understands that concept as well. He has a movie out with Leonardo DiCaprio called Inception. In the movie, that's what Leonardo DiCaprio does. He causes people to fall into a deep state of a conscious sleep, and he's able to walk around in their memories and remove different portions, steal portions. So say you had a buried treasure somewhere, just for the sake, and you couldn't remember where you hid it because you hit your head and caught amnesia. He can go into your mind, have you recall exactly where that treasure was hidden at, and then remove that memory from you, and steal the memory, right? It's about him stealing people's consciousness of the memories, you know what I mean? And this is what is that that Esau stuff they had going on, the Ultra something, what it was, that MK Ultra. Right? So I yield, but I just wanted to bring that out, that even Esau understands that concept, and he's showing it in his movies.
Excellent point. And the TV is that's what it is. It's a trance-inducing box that you just sit there like, Donald Trump is going to jail on Tuesday. He ain't go to jail. You know what I'm saying? Now he's the one that told everybody he was going to jail on Tuesday. The DA was like, nah, he'll go to jail when we do the arrest warrant. You know what I'm saying? But he's an Edomite. He's crafty, and he got $1.5 billion. Stock it, $1.5 million from there in donations because they thought he was going to jail. You know what I'm saying? So like MK Ultra, the drugs, the LSD, it gets you, you're very susceptible to suggestion. So you watch, you're high, right? It doesn't have to be LSD, it could be some weed, you know what I mean, or a drink or whatever. And you watching TV, and you just like getting in that deep trance. You just looking like barely falling asleep, and they're like, yeah. Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. You're like, Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. We need to go to Iraq. And then they went to Iraq, no weapons of mass destruction. And you're like, well, they were still bad in Iraq. You're like, yes, they were still bad in Iraq. Saddam Hussein must go. And they were still there, like, what, 22 years later, 20-something years later. So, yeah, Esau has very crafty counsel. You know what I'm saying, with these think tanks and how to get you to think the way they want you to think, But let's continue on. Let's go to, so humble yourself in the sight of the Lord. Go to Deuteronomy 6:24. Humble yourself in the sight of the Lord. Humble your souls, fast, So, okay, South Korea is talking crazy. He said Young vows to make North Korea pay for its reckless provocations. Well, do it. You keep talking about it. Do it. And I hope North Korea drops a nuke on South Korea. And, shout out to Baruch. You know what I'm saying? Touch not my anointed, do my saints no harm. Right? But back to what I was saying about the chariots. The chariots are everywhere, man. You know what I'm saying? These aren't, they want you to think that a lot of these are Edomite back engineered stuff like that. Not saying they don't have that stuff, but they're not messing with the chariots. They are here, okay? And whatever they do, whatever they planning, it's not for us to worry. You know what I mean? Just like Amon built the gallows for Mordecai and he got hung on them. Whatever they're going to do, they're going to get hung on them. It's going to backfire. Put it like that. Point blank, period. All right. Let's go to Deuteronomy. So yeah, Deuteronomy 6:24, Bubba Shaw.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 6 and verse 24. And the Lord commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God for our good always, that he might preserve us alive, as it is at this day.
So it's like commanded to fear the Most High God. You ask somebody who on the streets, like, yeah, man, you know what I mean? You got to fear God. I don't fear God. I don't fear nobody. Man, you breaking the law, man. You're supposed to fear the Most High God. Why? Because he might preserve you. He might allow you to live. It's a powerful entity, if you will. Powerful, the most powerful power on the planet. Fear him. Okay, let's go to Job 28:28. So we got in the law, right? It says the Lord commanded us to do all these statutes to fear the Lord our God. It's a smart thing to do, and you get somebody that's not fearing the Most High God, then that's a reckless person. That's somebody that you might not want around you, And that would be prudent. That would be seeing ahead. Oh, I just met this person. They don't fear God. Maybe I can try to get them to, see it my way. I'm just going to hang out with them every day and wait until something good happens. Probably something bad's going to happen before something good happens at this point. You know what I'm saying? If you give somebody the game and they don't grab onto it right away, that means they're not supposed to grab onto it right away. The Most High might wake them up in the future, but that's going to be that's the Most High. It's up to him. You did your job. You ain't got to convince nobody. All right. Please fear God. Can't do that, man. You know what I mean? Either they get it or they don't. All right. Don't waste your time. Find somebody that does. That wants to learn, that wants to seek after the wisdom of the ancients. Okay. That's part of being prudent, having judgment. This person doesn't even believe in God, and you trying to teach them the law, statutes, commandments. They're like, why are you talking to me? I believe in the Big Bang Theory. We at the Big Bang Theory your ass somewhere else, because you ain't gonna be around me. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna be around my family. Get us struck by lightning. No. Speaking of getting struck by lightning, did you see that Russell Westbrook's plane? Not Russell Westbrook. What's his name? Brian Westbrook. Not Brian Westbrook. Damn. What's old boy name that dresses up in dresses? Westbrook. Yeah. He going to Clippers now, right? As soon as he joined the team, they on the plane going somewhere, the team plane, it got struck by lightning multiple times, to the point where it dropped out of the sky and had to get its act together and start flying again like a plane does. You know what I'm saying? Because you get struck by lightning, all that electrical circuits got shattered, right? As soon as he joined the team, saw that cross-dressing and smiling and this is funny and all this other stuff, I guarantee he wasn't laughing then. Dudes be so hard, yeah, I do whatever I want. Oh, I ain't supposed to wear this dress. Here, take this picture of me out and smile, and you know what I'm saying? Oh, posing for the camera and this, that, and the third. Not no shame. Not no, oh man, I not doing this in the closet or something like that. He all up in the press booth. You know what I'm saying? He makes sure he stops and poses in his dresses. Well, his teammates said they thought it was it. This was the end. So all that tough guy stuff, man, all that sounds good. I don't believe that. I'm from the show me state. Everybody's tough until that gun come out. Go ahead, King.
Hey, and it's crazy because that's the narrative that Esau pushed. When if you be on Facebook, you see so many Jakes, and these brothers, they're not homosexuals, but the motive for success, it's having a damn cheat code or something, and the cheat code is to put on the dress, act like you're a woman. I see it all the time on Facebook. Brothers is on here acting and imitating out how women do. Oh, this is the way a woman act this way. And then here come 2-3 brothers dressed like, fake females as a way to get likes and get shares, or, portraying that role just to get the money, but not thinking about the image that they're projecting, right, to the younger people, or someone who's just coming into the understanding of their sexuality and haven't really figured out which side of the fence they're supposed to be on. And they're looking for a male role figure, but then they run across you, and this is the image that they see. It's so many levels of danger to that, you know what I'm saying? But that's what Esau is part of his crafty counsel, you know what I'm saying? To make the evil look good.
Khan.
Yeah.
Khan, and excellent point. And Esau knows he's not making it. That's the thing. He's like, shit, I ain't going nowhere. You know, this is all I got right here. So I'm gonna take y'all down with me. Brother like that has so much talent. You know what I mean? That's the thing. If he was on the JV team or something like that, trying to get ahead. You know what I mean? It would make more sense. Not saying it's right, staying for all appearance of evil. Not saying it's right, but when you at the top and you you're unguardable, and like people buying your jersey, and you making moves in the league. You really ain't got to do it. He has the best meme. What? That joke was hilarious. But man, I started seeing this dude wearing a dress. I'm like, what? What's up with you? Something ain't right. When you get struck by lightning, you gotta start reevaluating yourself, man. I mean, like reevaluating your entire life. And yeah, like Esau really does. He pushes that agenda.
Salakia,
Go ahead, King.
it's very funny how the Lord is mocking these NBA players. For example, Dwayne Wade used to play for the Miami Heat, right? And now he's a flaming bundle of sticks, right? And then Russell Westbrook used to play for the OKC Thunder, Oklahoma City Thunder. And the minute he put on that dress, he get
Oh man, I didn't realize that.
thought about to clip him because he's on the Clippers.
Oh no. Oh, that's hilarious. Damn, I didn't peep that. That's good. Yeah. Yo, that was he's about to get clipped off some thunder, right? Yeah, Most High got jokes, man. Like that's he said, I will laugh when your fear come. I will mock when your fear cometh. You know what I mean? Yeah. And yeah, and it'll keep going. I think Shaq is in the hospital. I don't know if he was trolling, but Shaq is laid in a hospital bed. They said the sports world is praying for him. Anybody hear anything on that? Because this is a picture of Shaq in the hospital bed. That bed is tiny, but I guess Shaq is pretty big, so maybe he'll make any bed look tiny. But he's got stuff tied up to his arm and everything like that. If that's legit, then that's the Most High, because he was just trying to destroy Kyrie. He should get suspended and all this other stuff. Like they was pushing that agenda, like to get him out of here. And not long, that wasn't that long ago. And now he's laid up in the hospital. I don't know, But Shaq's like a goofy dude. Like he might be just playing around, see what people think, put pictures to say his name, but he might really be stuck up in there. All right, let's go to Job 28 and 28. Yeah, these mighty men in our nation, are going to fall because they have access to this information and they reject it. You reject Yahweh Shemel Shai, he's going to reject you. All right. Real quick before you get that, it was 3 Jakes walking real nice suits and everything, I don't know, $1,000 suits. I have no idea how much they cost, but it wasn't no they didn't get off the rack, you know what I'm saying? Dudes walking like, oh, what's going on? I'm like, yo, brothers, y'all Israelites. He said, man, get out of here with that. Whatever he said was like dismissive. I said, all right, man, or burn in your captivity. You know what I mean? Burn in the land of your captivity. It's totally up to you. But dudes that have status in this world, they're like, God already blessed me. I don't need anything else. Well, when Signature Bank closes, when Silicon Valley Bank closes, when First Republic Bank is like a junk bank now, Credit Suisse, gets bought up by another bank because that's a junk bank too. All that money don't mean nothing. You can have $10 million in the bank, $100 million in the bank. The United States government guarantees you $250,000. That's like a real fraction of your money. And you're lucky if you get that, because if all the banks close and all the banks fail, they don't have enough money in the reserves to pay everybody $250,000. So you're right back at the bottom with everybody else. All right. Yeah, let's go to Job 28 and 28, Baba Kishar.
It's the book of Job, chapter 28, verse 28. And unto man he said, behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom. And to depart from evil is understanding.
Time. You know, fearing the Lord is wisdom. Anytime you flag somebody that's trying to tell you to come back to the law, statutes, commandments, you can have $1 million in your bank account, but are you wise though? You can go down the street and have a bunch of 14-year-olds stick you up and put you in the dirt. You know what I'm saying? Yahweh Shai could do that. Simple, easy. You know, he could have you crash your Bentley and have you fly out the damn front windshield and fly 100 feet and hit a tree. Ironically enough, that's what happened to the cop that shot Walter Wallace here in Philadelphia. You know what I mean? That guy was going through an episode, but instead of tasing him, instead of like talking him down, they shot him. It was like a year later that the cop is riding on his motorcycle, coming out of an intersection, it accelerates. Who knows why? Maybe it malfunctioned, quote unquote, malfunctioned. So he accelerates, gets hit, and then runs into a pole. He's no longer here, to say the least. I mean, some parts of him over there, other parts are over there. All right. But you gotta fear God, man. That's wisdom. Who the hell wants to get hit by a falling rock? Like it happened around here. I mean, not around my way, but downtown in the neighborhood. A rock just fell off a building and hit some lady in the head. They don't talk about it no more. They said she's dead. That thing, you know what I mean? She's either brain dead or, barely holding on in vegetable state, because it was like 13 stories or something like that. Just fell off. By the time she was walking, could have hit anybody. It's a city of 1.4 million. It hit her. But is the neighborhood, it really could be a him. And they're just saying that to her on the news. You should fear God. Definitely. You know what I'm saying? And departing from evil is understanding, getting the hell away from evil. You know what I'm saying? Like the brother was saying, he might do that just to get, a higher ranking in, this wicked queendom. But he ain't had no understanding. He might shoot a jump shot, but he don't have no understanding, and he can't stop a lightning strike. And every time they get on the plane, they got to think about that. They might have survived that one. The next one might not be so lucky. All right, let's go to James 3, verse 6. So they might have to talk to their team psychologist and team doctor of, I have nightmares. I'm sure you do. And people don't like roller coasters. Can you imagine a roller coaster at 30,000 feet? You just sinking down to the bottom. People are tweeting, I think this is it. I love you. You know what I mean? Calling their wife and kids, their wife and children, just the last words. Yeah, man. Fearing God is it's a thing to do nowadays. It's prudent. It's intellectual, You got a power that could be standing right next to you. You can't see him. You might want to, give him some respect, because he brought you in here, he can take you out. Okay. Can you bring that out? James 3, verse 6.
This is the book of James, chapter 3 and verse 6. And the tongue is a fire, a world of iniquity. So is the tongue among our members, that it defileth the whole body, and set it on fire the course of nature, and it is set on fire of hell.
That tongue will get you in so much trouble if you don't know how to use it. If you don't know when to be quiet and when to talk, you're going to have a troubled life. You know what I'm saying? One thing that has not been checked, it goes unchecked, is Eve's mouth, man. Eve's mouth is vicious. You know what I mean? She thinks it's cute. People laugh, people joke. That ain't nothing funny about that. Ain't nothing funny about a woman that has that cusses people out, that's loud. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing cute about that. No man I know ever thought that was cute. Or you know, even in the world, like it's like no way that I'm gonna wife her. You know what I'm saying? In the world, they, you know, she get used and abused and thrown away. You know what I'm saying? But going into the kingdom of heaven with an attitude, it's not gonna happen. And some of these women are in the truth and will tell everybody they business on Facebook, on online, whatever. You know what I'm saying? On social media. If I'm reading it, you think HOI not reading it? You think God missed that? I'm pretty sure he's seen it too. You know what I'm saying? And it's just it's a slippery slope. And it just goes to the show that our people, even in this truth, will not read these scriptures. And if they do read them, they don't understand them.
It's a lot, y'all.
Go ahead, King.
I mean, that's a damn vexation out this world. I got like 9 sisters, bro. All of them grown women. None of them is in the truth. I have to cuss them out on a regular basis about the stuff that they're saying and posting on Facebook. And I tell them, I say, y'all act like y'all don't got brothers and uncles that's on Facebook. I don't want to log on here and hear you talking about damn fellatio and some man, or you doing some damn TikTok challenge with your birth canal print all in the damn camera, right? No shame whatsoever, bro. Like just going the hell all the way off. Instantly get pissed off.
Yeah, that vex you. That definitely vex you. I could only imagine where your HOI feels when he sees that his women, you know what I'm saying, and his tribe are like extremely ratchet, and they glorify homosexuality because they have no problem with that. Their best friend, oh him, yeah, that's my best friend. She, he, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And it's backfiring because now these men, these he, she's are winning Women of the Year. USA Today, Women of the Year is a man. Time Magazine, Women of the Year is they're all men. Who was it? Caitlyn Jenner, not Caitlyn Jenner. What's the other? The real Bruce Jenner. You know what I'm saying? Formerly known as Bruce, now Caitlyn, back to Bruce, want to be back. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Winning Women of the Year. Now y'all can't even win those awards. They're giving them to men through the agenda. And Eve promoted all that. You know what I'm saying? Gave a stamp of approval. The reason why I keep bringing it up, man, because that dream was very real. It was very real. And the people I was talking to were very real. And I can only imagine. Put it like this. Bad things that happen to women out in the streets, who gonna stop and do something? Who gonna say, yo, leave her alone? Yo, don't do that. Nah, man, dudes gonna pick up their phone and film that joint like it's Tekashi getting stumped out. And then post it. Y'all ain't gonna help me? Nope. It was one sister that was talking, she was like, look, you talk about women that, you know, that need I don't need no man, or women are, Black woman is the most unprotected person on the planet, She's like, I don't know what you're talking about. My husband protected me. Is he supposed to protect you too? No. If he's walking in the streets and he sees you getting assaulted or something like that, he's not going to go over there and help you so he gets stabbed and shot, whatever judgment that was befalling on you. Why your husband not helping you? Or why you don't have a husband? You talked him out of the house with that mouth, with that attitude, with that talk to the hand. Oh, he don't make $250,000. He can't be my man. All right. Well, guess what? My husband protecting me. I can't help you out. And she was being very honest. And in these last days, and when the lights go out and there's no police to call, all that, like you said, the TikTok challenge and all of this stuff, think people don't know where you stay at. They can go on the internet and find you easily. I ain't gonna go too much on a rant, but it happened in Redmond, Washington. It was she was a like a, it says she was a podcaster, but she was on Clubhouse. And you know, she maybe financial stuff or whatever she was into. I can't think of what it was, but you know, she's like teaching people stuff. So he got in contact with her. She talking back and forth with him. Eventually, she found out he was weird. She stopped talking to him. Tried to get a restraining order. He showed up. He was a trucker from Texas. He showed up to Seattle, Washington, a suburb of Seattle, Washington, killed her and her husband, and then shot himself. That's what's happening nowadays. All right, let's go to Sirach 20 and 5. That tongue is vicious. Watch what you say, because every idle word you gonna have to make account for. All right. We got it. You can bring it out. Sirach 20 and 5.
There's the book of Sirach, chapter 20 and verse 5. There is one that keepeth silence and is found wise, and another by much babbling becometh hateful.
So not talking it's nothing wrong with that. It is nothing wrong with being silent and listening. And instead of saying everything that's on your mind, you're on Facebook. I just woke up. I just yawned. I brushed my teeth. Okay, like we get it. You know what I'm saying? And that's social media. But like, you know, you ever in public and you hear some, you know, Eve on the phone. I'm like, damn, I know everything about you right now. And I don't want, where my earphones at? And then what? And like just airing out all her dirty laundry to the entire world. Talking about her man, talking about her children, talking about everything. And everybody on the bus is like, oh, so embarrassing. Yeah, she kind of ain't gonna make it. Let's go to Job 13 and 5. Chaasadyah, Most High willing, she repents, but she don't repent. You know, not gonna make it. You know, simple as that. And you know, same thing with brothers that just, you know, cuss brothers out for no reason and like always aggressive and want to fight. You know what I'm saying? But you won't do nothing to Esau. You won't do nothing to other nations. So you're just a scared little boy. All right, let's bring that out. Job 13, verse 5, Baba Shaw.
It's the book of Job, chapter 13, verse 5. Oh, that ye would altogether no value. Salakia. Oh, that ye would altogether hold your peace, and it should be your wisdom.
Be wise just to be quiet. The more you talk, if you're not conscious of the words that come out of your mouth, the more you talk, the more trouble you can bring upon yourself. So being quiet is wisdom. That's prudent. Knowing when to talk and when not to talk. Knowing when to listen and when to respond. Not talking over brothers, not, you know, oh yeah, I know that. Nah, man, listen. You know, you might learn something new. All right, let's go to 1 John chapter 4, verse 1.
Salakia, Elder Terah just called me. What verse you called?
1 John 4, verse 1.
1 John chapter 4, verse 1.
We was talking about the silence, right? So boom, it's really like you want to hear who you talking to, because you having a conversation, you want to listen to who you talking to. If you don't know this person or you do know this person, regardless, you want to listen. You know, what's on this person's mind? What are they about to say? You know, you just don't, you know, man, you know what? You're going to make it in the kingdom, brother. You're not even listening to what he's saying. You got to judge righteous judgment. Okay, go ahead. You can bring that out. 1 John 4:1.
Con, this is the book of 1 John chapter 4, verse 1. Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits, whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out into the world.
A lot of false prophets. Just because somebody has fringes on doesn't make them holy. Just because they say 𝐤𝐿, it doesn't make them holy. They can easily say that and still be the worst person on the planet. You know, of course, they're gonna destroy their own soul by even saying that name, knowing that they wicked. But at the same time, you got to be circumspect. You got to be able to see through the lies and deceit that people bring. You know, people go into this truth and they think, oh man, I'm gonna be a millionaire. I'm gonna sell this. I'm gonna sell that. All right, brother, you gonna come to camp? Nah. I'm busy right now. All right, you gonna come to feast days? Nah. I'm busy right now. But I'm selling clothes. You know what I mean? And they're really just in it for the money. They're not in it for the serve 𝐤𝐿, to wake up the lost tribes. Not one of the lost tribes of Israel. We're found, but the Gentiles in our nation. You know what I'm saying? To wake up our brothers and sisters that don't know who they are. They have ulterior motives. Okay? And, false prophets. I have a prophecy. Give me $10. Everybody give me $10. Give me $10. All right, okay. The world's going to come to the end soon. You know what I'm saying? Like, wow. You must have really, really thought long and hard over that. You know what I'm saying? But you just, pass the collection plate. It's a false prophet, man. Little boys and little white boys and little white girls, or little black boys and little white girls going to get together and hold hands and go up to the mountaintop. Nope, that's a false prophet. And he got shot in the neck and smothered in a hospital bed. No, they hog spit in his face and then smothered him in a hospital bed. That's a terrible way to go out. Esau dirty as I don't know what. Let's go to 2 Corinthians.
Salaki.
Go ahead, King.
Yeah, I just want to play a quick video, just to back up what you was talking about with the idiocy that goes on with our people, right? They're being so easily gullible and tricked and snitch on their own self. Play this real quick. This.
A joke. 911 is a joke. Finally. Well, it's about time, Turner and Hooch. Excuse me? I called y'all an hour ago.
What's the problem, sir?
Get inside and I'll tell you. Okay. Thank you for joining me. Here's what happened. I went outside to get a sandwich. I come back, my door's wide open, all my weed is gone.
I'm sorry, did you say all your weed is gone?
Come on, Crockett. Don't tell me you don't know what weed is, man. Pot, reefer, marijuana.
Yes, we know what it is.
All right, well then quit dorking me around here, Tubbs. I'm a man who's been robbed it. All right, they took 3 choice blunt bushes and 8 ounces I harvested last weekend, all right? So go, get on the case, Jake and the fat man, let's go.
Right. You know we're police officers, right?
What? I don't even understand what's happening here. The dudes that stole my weed is getting away, and I'm talking to the cops right here.
All right, sir, why don't you just tell us what happened?
All right, thank you, Cagney. All right, Lacey over here trying to jack me around, but I can see that you with it. All right, so last night, I was at the Blue Rose, all right? I shut it down, got real drunk, all right? I decided to drive back to my place for a little after-hours party. You know what I'm talking about?
You drove drunk.
Catch up, Starsky, all right? Hutch over here, he got a little pad out. He gonna be writing down cop things. What you doing?
What's your name, sir?
Melvin Dufresne, that's D-U-F-R-A-N-E. People call me Mellow Mel. At this point, I'm in my car, right? and all of a sudden I lose control. I do a nose plant into a bus stop, decide to ditch the vehicle, set it on fire, 2 tears in a bucket. You know what I'm talking about, Poncherello. At this point, I make it back to my pad where the party's already happening, right here. And let me tell you, it's a white Christmas.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you for joining us, Tonto. Lone Ranger and I, we was having a discussion about a crime that happened. It's nice to see you.
Right.
Yes, I was doing cocaine. All right, most I've ever done. And everybody in this piece was talking over one another, right? We watching a bootleg copy of the Anne Boleyn girl, and there's one girl, she trying to leave, right? She starts screaming, we wouldn't let her. Instead, we slip her some GHB, right? Put her out on the fire escape.
Have you not been listening to a single word I've been saying?
Okay, sir. Well, what we're gonna do, we're gonna arrest you now because everything you've described is
What you talking about, man? Oh, don't, come on, man, this is ridiculous. What, I called you, I called y'all. Oh, all right. Yeah, welcome to Bush's America. Seen it before, been there, done that. All right, hold up, Judge Dredd, Rob Snyder's character. Hold on 1 second. What if I had information about a murder?
Well, you know, we could probably knock some of this down if we had information about a murder.
Would it hurt or help me if I was the murderer in question?
It would definitely hurt.
Okay, you better lock me up for that other stuff. Yeah, I am the stupidest man in the world. Am I not?
Yeah, basically Jake play-by-play on everything that he did. And he expected to help him.
Yeah,
Ignorance, not knowing.
Chaasadyah.
that joint's funny.
There's also a mockery on these damn artists, these hip hop artists, how they tell detailed play by play of their crimes that they done, right? And then all over the internet talking about committing crimes. And then when the damn feds come and lock them up, they swear up and down somebody snitched on.
Absolutely. Look, you dealing with that in Chicago with the drill music. Philly adopted it as well. And it's like ridiculous. Like you said, like, yeah, I was chasing Jimmy and he fell and I shot him and his red shoe fell off and I took his wallet. So I got him. And it's like, wait, how did you, nobody knew that his wallet was taken. Nobody knew that his shoe came off when he was, he got shot. You just told on yourself. Yeah, that tongue is vicious. Go ahead, King.
Yeah, didn't we do a lesson? We did a class on that one day that on YouTube, whatever word you speak, they could specifically find it with the subtitles. So these rappers, they get their YouTube views up, they get their followers, and like even if they not listening to your song, just the words you saying, just the things that you saying. I got half ounce key, a brick this, or stash box over here. And then when they, like the brother was bringing out, when they got him all hemmed up and everything, oh, it wasn't me. Brother turned into Shaggy out here. But what you call it? Yeah, and then they'll go put them some of these Jakes, they'll go on trial, right? And then they'll put the playback 1 minute, 4 seconds, the specific time, date, place, and they will probably still try to front like, yeah, that wasn't me. I yield though. I yield.
Hey, yo, Chaasadyah, one more thing. And Esau used that same thing. Like if you on your phone right now having a conversation with somebody and you use certain trigger words, right? Bombs and talking about doing something to the president or anything like that, man. Within the hour, damn Secret Service people be out front your house surrounded, ready to kick your damn door in.
Also, right, it was a Afro Man, because I got high guy. Apparently he got raided, and they were looking for weed or something. I guess he raps about it. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what the affidavit said or whatever, but yeah, they ran up in his crib, knocked down his door and everything like that, because of something he said. I'm assuming it's something he said, but he was saying he made a song about it. So it was like, if you look at it, it's a funny song because they're looking in his CDs. He's like, you think I got CDs? You think I got weed in my CDs? Like, it's a funny song, but yeah, they take that stuff seriously. You know what I'm saying? When you put out that energy or whatever, you put out those words, and it ain't they don't have you on the list of freaks walking around with wigs on and stuff like that. They're gonna be at your house. Go ahead, somebody said Salakia.
Yeah. And you see how that plays to the hypocrisy of Esau, because I Got High became one of the United States most #1 selling songs. It spent weeks at the top of the chart, right? It was in one of Esau's famous little movies, Jay and Silent Bob. Right? Y'all gave this man accolades and all type of awards and riches off of this song because the narrative that it portrayed, primarily to our people, right, made light of substance abuse and the failures that came with it, right, made it cool.
Mm-hmm.
But then turned right around and sent the police to the man's house to lock him up after the damage was done to the masses from this song that y'all controlled the media, that it was able to get outsourced all over the damn world. And I remember when it came out, they used to play that song on WGCI over and over and over again, right? That mantra, like constantly playing it in your mind with the little catchy hook and the jingle. Like you just be at work and next thing you know, you find yourself, mocking the job. Man, I was going to quit my job because I got high, It's crazy. Yeah.
Con. Yeah, it was like a little docile, things just started collapsing because I got high. And you're right, they showed up and they stole his money too. He had him on tape. They stole his money. They took out the camera. You know what I'm saying? In his house, he had cameras all over the house. They knocked out the camera. They probably stole more stuff. Yeah, Esau set him up, knocked him down. Let's go to 2 Corinthians 11, verse 13. Yeah, so, we have to figure some things out. You know what I'm saying? Who's who and what is what. All right, everybody that says Shalom isn't of the Most High God. All right, let's bring that out. 2 Corinthians, and we gotta figure out the difference. You know what I mean? Who is righteous and who isn't? I'm gonna tell you, a story regarding that after this. All right. Well, 2 Corinthians 11, verse 13, Baba Shaw.
This 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 13. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ.
All right, go ahead.
Verse 14, and no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light.
Satan himself transferred to an angel of light. Go ahead.
This is verse 15. Therefore, it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works.
So they're gonna get what they deserve, right? It was one brother, right? So just the listening part is important, right? So he came up to the camp and it's like, yeah, man, we're the Israelites, you know what I'm saying? God's gonna come save us and redeem us. And he was real aggressive, right? So Esau walked by and and this Edomite right here, I should smack him and da-da-da-da-da-da. So you're like, damn, this brother, he really not playing no games, man. You know what I'm saying? He ready to rumble, But the thing about it, every time he was at our camp, any scoffer to come by, he was ready to knock him out. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I'm serious about this and da da da. These brothers know what they're talking about, and you don't know nothing, man. You think you were African American, da 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 da. One of those dudes, right? But never not want to be part of the camp or whatever, but just he would show up and listen, right? So one day we were talking, and he was, everything he was saying was on point. Meaning, he was talking about 𝐤𝐄𝐄. If anybody knows about that, it's a Harvard professor. I can't think his first name. His last name is Loeb, I believe. Right now, he's doing research in the Philippines because he said a meteorite that fell into the water had it came from out of this solar system. It wasn't the way it moved. It didn't move like a regular meteor. You know what I'm saying? So he's got donations of $1.5 million, and he's going to go look for it and somewhere over there in Indonesia or Philippines, something like that, right? So he was bringing that out. A lot of people don't talk about stuff like that. He was bringing out other things, who we are, history, whatever. And I'm listening. Maybe like half hour. I'm like, okay, this brother, you know what I mean? On point. He's like, yeah, man, this is the last days. Y'all ain't got to wear your fringes no more. You really ain't got to come out no more. I said, You know what I mean? Like the like somebody bumped into the turntable. Like, man, you just kind of you going off on that one out. You know what I'm saying? We going to wear our fringes, and we are going to come out, until we can't, or until the Most High says, come hither. You know what I'm saying? Regardless, if things just keep going the way they're going, we still gonna go out and preach this word. That was like 2019 or 2020. He said that. 2023. Do you know what I'm saying? So to listen to this guy, because the thing about it, a lot of people, like I said, false apostles, they'll give you a lot of truth and they'll throw in a lie. A lot of truth, and cushion in with a lie, and he'll give you some more truth. So you're like, damn, is it all truth? Nah, you gotta just be circumspect, listen to what people are saying, and don't be fooled by them. You know what I mean? Because like it says, and marvel not, for Satan himself transferred into an angel of light. Let's go to Romans 16 and 18. Meaning, they confront. The thing is, right? I'll give you an example of like Ted Bundy. He's a serial killer, killed a lot of people, right? If he would have looked like he did when he was in court, when his face is all scrunched up and he looked like a wild Edomite, then people weren't able to trust him. He made sure he gained people's trust. You know what I mean? And that's what these people do. You know what I mean? The workers of iniquity, they'll gain your trust, and you got to see through that. You got to see through that nonsense. All right. That's being prudent in judgment. Go ahead.
Can the brother read 1 John 4 and 1?
Khan.
John, we just brought that one out. I'll read it again, though. You want me to read it again?
Go ahead.
This is 1 John chapter 4, verse 1. But beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits, whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out into the world.
So that shows you we gotta try the spirit. Even though you sit there and listen, you was trying him, you listened to what he was saying, and at the end, he wasn't saying the right thing, that that was going against the Most High. So you tried that spirit and found out that he was a bad spirit. So you gotta stick to trying spirits on people to see if they're good or bad.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the move. Don't believe nobody just because you see fringes. And he wasn't wearing no fringes though. So a lot of people, you notice that in situations like that, they're going off and whether it's like he's smoking a cigarette, you know what I mean? Like some things you're like, I don't know. All these things, but you're not living it, And that's trying the spirit. Absolutely. Kind. Let's go to Romans 16, verse 18, Baba Kashar.
This is the book of Romans, chapter 16, verse 18. For they that are such serve not our Lord, Hamashiach Yahushua, but their own belly, and by good words and fair speeches deceive the hearts of the simple.
Yeah. So, the good works, it's like, oh, whoa, he had our backs out there though. You know what I'm saying? Like he was zealous. He was real zealous for this truth. I don't say zealous for the law, you know what I'm saying? Law is the truth. But I'm saying like he was excited, you know what I mean, that brothers was bringing out the word, you know what I'm saying? And even though he wasn't following the law, you know what I mean? But his works was like, yo, stop, you better stop disrespecting these dudes, and you know what I mean? And fair speeches, he tell you all about Ezekiel's wheel is a moa, and you know what I mean? And this is what's going to happen, that's going to happen, this and that. They're fair speeches, but he had it was a lot of truth and a little bit of lie, and that just ruined everything. You know what I mean? Ruined everything. And that's one thing that, like politicians, all they have to say is, I believe in Black Lives Matter. Oh man, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. See, I'm voting for him, man. He said Black Lives Matter, man. That's my man's right there. Yeah. He said if I don't vote for him, I ain't black. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna vote for him because that's my man. He said, he care about me. And Hillary Clinton, she got hot sauce in her bag, swag. Oh man, she need to go and she need to be my president. This, that, and the third. Like Jake is simple when it comes to that, man. And it's really through just being beat down so much that it's like all you need is somebody just to acknowledge you, and you write on them. You know what I mean? And that happens with our sisters too. You know what I mean? Being, in a tough position of trauma and abuse and everything like that, and you get a little bit of attention and boom, oh, that's love. That's love. Ain't necessarily love. It's not necessarily love. Like love is an action word, right? Fair speeches, man, and good works, buy her some flowers, say she's pretty and she's in love with you, you know what I mean? And Jake takes advantage of that, making the whores out of the daughters of Zion. All right, let's go to 1 Timothy 6:3. We've been beat down a lot, so that's a result. It's like a byproduct of oppression. You know what I mean? All you need is somebody to look at you and smile, and all of a sudden, y'all best friends. It's not the case. You gotta test these people out. All right.
Salakia.
Go ahead, Ken.
Hey, that's that familiar spirit, right? Like you be at camp and damn Jake be up there scoffing. And the first thing, if you notice, like, and I'll guarantee you, every brother that's in the highways and byways, you just saw this. Scoffer standing in front of the brothers scoffing, and the first thing he do when you start cutting him is he start looking around, looking for somebody that shares his sentiment so that he can create a bond with them in that quick instance. Now you got, and if it is, familiar spirits recognize each other. Now he got 2-3 other damn scoffers standing up there, and it turned into a big ass fiasco.
Yeah, definitely. Like, yo, you hear this? You hear what he just said? He talking about he hates white people. And the boy like, yeah, that's crazy, right? Ain't it crazy? Yeah, yeah. Now they, try to tag team him, and yeah, right. Familiar spirits. I seen one meme, right? It said, I'm tired of seeing the same person in different bodies. And if anybody, like you said, anybody on the highways and byways can attest to that. You know what I mean? You got one scoffer, he might leave and go across the street. And then as soon as he leaves out it's like a matrix. As soon as he leaves off of the set, Here comes another one. Same, same spirit, same everything coming right behind them. And it's like Legion. You're like, damn, they everywhere today. You be having some days like that,
So, Lucky, I gotta say it out.
Huh.
Can I get the flow for a couple of seconds? So I'm pretty sure by now everybody know HOI Illinois. We had like 10 brothers. And, due to inconsistency with brothers, coming to camp doing the work, brothers is undermining authority, right? And brothers, don't want to elevate to the next level. They want to stay, at a lower level. Like, it was a plethora of things. We ended up cutting half the camp and, dropping like 5 brothers from the camp. Each one of them brothers had a different type of spirit. We had one brother who confessed that he was dealing with a sloth demon, right? We had another brother who was dealing with the alcohol demon and the damn overwhelming lust demon on him, to my he wished all the women of Israel could just be his. All right. Then we had another brother who was how would you say it? Disobedient to authority, right? Cap would give brothers specific orders, and brothers would go behind his back and try to cahoots other brothers to not go to camp and so forth and so on. But we had like them 5 brothers all had a particular spirit on them. When we got rid of them, we went through the big council, you know what I'm saying? We had a big old council, like a couple of them. And eventually, okay, it was said, all right, them brothers is finished, they gone. We ended up gaining 2 new brothers. But in the process of that, we had to protect the spirit that had became HOI Illinois, right? With the 5 of us, we revamped, we checked ourselves, you know what I'm saying? And we built that spirit up, and we set the bar to where anybody that comes in now, they're gonna have to conform to the spirit of the brotherhood that we move with, which is the camp. So the 2 new brothers come in, and one of the brothers, not throwing about on the bus, no, he was Northern Kingdom. And the brother started off like mighty strong, doing the work, adhering to the word, respecting the authority, you know what I'm saying? The leadership, Salakia. And then all of a sudden, after he gained brothers' trust, keeping the feast days, the high holy days, we doing unity camps with Wi-Fi and LOJ and all this, like the brothers start, being well received around the community of Israel. The man just started going the hell off. So as we start paying attention to him, right, we not just instantly rebuking him. Brothers is kind of like, man, brother, you see how he moving? Yeah, I thought I was the only one who noticed that. All right, well, we ain't going to just go after him. Let's kind of just fall back, watch him, say something to him here and there, and just see if the brother adhered. Then we noticed that the brother was not adhering to the rebuke, was not adhering to the reproof, showing him through the rebuke and the reproof that this is how we exhort you. The brother wasn't hearing none of that, man. He started going around telling brother, undermining cap and the authority of the camp, talking about we he went on this besmirching of the character of the camp, right? Further along the line of, dealing with the brother and end up ultimately him leaving the camp, we realized that the spirit that was on him was the same spirit of all 5 of those brothers that we left combined into one person, bro.
Damn.
I'm talking about blew our damn mind. That as brothers were pointing out different things about him, it just played out like, wait a minute. That man had that same 5 spirits that we vanquished from the body. He regathered himself and came back in the disguise of one spirit. So you got to be careful, man, because, the spirit of the Lord is divided up amongst us in righteousness. That same spirit embodies multiple spirits, right? So if you think about a lust demon, that lust demon got a perverse demon in it, right? Potentially lead to the homosexual demon, right? The super fornicating, porno masturbating spirit. So we got to be careful when we try these spirits, and don't just see it for the spirit that it presents itself as to you, right? Because we just read Satan transformed himself into an angel of light. So he's able to play both sides of the fence and be whatever he think he needs to be in order to gain your trust. And once he's on the inside, right? This Jude 1:4 and Galatians 2:4, right? He able to false brethren creep in. He's able to spy out our liberties and try to dismantle us from the inside. So don't just look at that one spirit that's being presented, because you got ravenous wolves in sheep clothing, man. They know how to shield themselves. These damn devils and demons is crafty as hell, right? So you gotta see past, like, whatever spirit they present to you when you proving them. Look for the doppelgangers, like I said, the Matrix. Look for that alternative spirit, because that sometimes you might not see it right up front, but you will notice little things here and there that is the embodiment of the other spirits that make up that one ultimate spirit that, Lord willing, you able to catch it before it do some damage to the body, jump on the other brothers, right? And just, man, decimate the body. You know, with that, I yield.
Excellent. I'm glad you brought that out, because it's something that if you don't go out to the highways and byways, you might think it's like you know, just words or whatever like that. It's completely legit. You know what I mean? Like that movie Fallen with Denzel Washington. You just spirits just jumping on people. You know what I'm saying?
Spirit is Hazel, right?
Yeah,
The scapegoat.
That stuff is so real. It's very real. You know what I mean? So,
Akiak,
go ahead.
I just want to bring two quick precepts. All right. Get Proverbs 6 and verse 16. Proverbs 6 and verse 16. And I'll let you get back to your mighty lesson. Prudence indeed, man. You know, and a prudent man is going to foresee the evil. And the evil could disguise itself. Like I said in 1 Corinthians, even Satan will transform himself into an angel of light. Right? So check this out. Proverbs 6 and verse 16.
Is Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16. These 6 things doeth the Lord hate. Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him.
Right. So the Lord is going to show you a list. When people's reading it, the Lord hates, right? These 6 things the Lord hate. And then he said 7. He had one more for this total list of 7. This is all 7 an abomination unto the Lord. Right? Read on.
Verse 17, a proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood.
Read on.
And heart that deviseth wicked imagination, feet that be swift and running to mischief.
Right, read on.
A false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren.
Now check this. Get Matthew 12 now. Right? Remember, the Lord hate how many things? Or 7 he said is an abomination. That's about 7 things right there, right? So get Matthew chapter 12 and go to verse of 43.
Matthew 12 and verse 43. When the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through dry places, seeking rest, and findeth none.
Right. So when that unclean spirit is rebuked out of your body, out of your camp, right? Because your camp is also your body. Same as your house, it's also your body, not just your vessel itself or your tabernacles. So when you rebuke that unclean spirit out of your camp, right? That demon is looking for a place to stay, is looking for people to hop on, right? But if you're girded mentally, spiritually, and physically with fasting and praying, and each brother and sister is examining themselves, the Lord got that shield of protection around you, right? Read on.
This verse 44. Then he saith, I will return into my house from whence I came out.
Right.
And
so that spirit might say, I got to find a way to get back in the house of Israel, Illinois. I got to find a way to get back in there. Right. We are.
And when he is come, he findeth it empty, swept, and garnished.
Right. So it had 10 spots, and now 5 got out, and now it got 5 spots that's missing. Right. So now that spirit is like, let me see if I can get away to fill into one of those spots. All right? Yeah, this the one. Yeah, this the one. Read on.
Verse 45. Then goeth he and taketh with him
And take with him, how many?
7 other spirits more wicked than himself.
So look, we went to Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16. The Lord says 7 things is an abomination. Each thing that he's speaking about, the lies, murderer, hands that shed blood, false brethren, discord, all these things, those are all spirits. Those are demons, each and every one of them, right? So now it says this same spirit was just one, it got kicked out, and now it brung 7 more out of itself. Read on.
Other spirits more wicked than himself, and they enter in and dwell there.
Right, so now they come back in and they trying to stay amongst the brethren or the house or amongst the body. And what happens? Go back to Proverbs chapter 6 and verse 16. And then I yield. Right? And jump to verse 17.
You want 6 verse 17?
Con.
This is Proverbs chapter 6 verse 17. A proud look, a lying
Right, so the
tongue.
spirit of a proud look. You can't tell them nothing. They proud as hell. You can't tell them what to do. You can't correct them. Read on.
A lying tongue.
Right, so they call you a hypocrite when they're lying on you, when they're the hypocrite. And then they're speaking behind your back and they're lying on you and you don't even know it. And then they tell you they're cool with you, but then behind your back, they're cursing you out. Right? Read on.
And hands that shed innocent blood.
Right, they're quick to have a fight. They're quick to cause a ruckus. They want to beat somebody up. They want to put hands on somebody. Right? They want to start a riot. Right? Read on. Right.
Hands that shed innocent blood, and heart that deviseth wicked imaginations.
Right, a heart that devises wicked imagination. So now they thinking in their mind what I'm gonna say about this, what video I'm gonna put up, what's gonna be my topic. Right? Let me try to mix this and that. Right? Let me write a whole paragraph and send it to this brother, send it to this sister. Right? Let me keep sending subliminal shots. Read on.
A feet that be swift in running to mischief.
Right, that spirit can't stay in one place. It's all over the place. It jumps to everybody's conversation. Feet that run to mischief. Now it's texting everybody. Sending messages to everybody. Lying. Bearing false witness. Right? Read on.
Verse 18. Verse 19. A false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren.
And that's all demons. So the goal is to do what? Sow discord. Right? It's coming back into the house and it's trying to break it up again from within. But when you acknowledge it, examine it, and you see it, you can kick that damn devil the hell out of there again. And tighten up the stronghold. Strengthen the fortitude. Right? How you?
I get one more thing to say real quick. And don't forget, them demons, they come in levels, Like if your works is a level 1 or level 2 of works, they're not gonna send a level 10 demon after you. They're gonna send a demon that's on your level of comprehension, because that demon is more subtle to your ignorance, right? It's like if they come with a higher power demon, you'll recognize that demon right out the gate, right? His energy, he's too strong. You're gonna notice it. There's no way that demon can get close to you without you running from it. They don't want you to run. So they're going to send a demon that's probably a level less than you. One that portrays itself to be gullible and, you know what I mean, and more susceptible to whatever you're going through spiritually. Because that'll be the one, like you were saying earlier, that you will identify with, right? That kindred spirit. And once he's on the inside, he'll slowly start to manifest his true intentions, right? Isolating you from everybody, making you feel like everybody's against you, and before you know it, man, all of them is in. You done locked your house down at night with your prayers of the Lord. Hey man, and he done kind of double back in the wee hours of the morning and unlocked all your doors and windows and let them in. Yeah.
That's facts. That's facts. Kind. Appreciate that. You know what I mean? The brothers know exactly what they're talking about when it comes to that. You know what I mean? So like being prudent and knowing that every spirit you just can't trust, come on in, yeah, you're fine, and this, that, and the third. You gotta test a friend, you know what I'm saying? And it's supposed to be a family, you know what I'm saying? But brothers is like extra sneaky, you know what I'm saying? Manipulative, you know what I mean? And that's nothing but Satan. Nothing but Satan. All right. Let's go to 1 Timothy 6:3. It's ways to figure out who you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? The best thing about these demons and these manipulative people, you know what I'm saying, which is one and the same, right, is that they gotta eventually show themselves. It might not be a day, it might not be a week, but eventually they're going to show themselves. And I think I can't think of who said it. Was it not Nina Simone? I'm not sure who said it, but it said, if somebody shows you who they are, believe them. Boom. You know what I mean? Now you see who you're dealing with. Okay. Let's bring that out. 1 Timothy 6:3, Bubba Shaw.
This is the book of 1 Timothy, chapter 6 and verse 3. If any man teach otherwise and consent not to wholesome words, even the words of our Lord Hamashiach Yahushua, and to the doctrine which is according to godliness.
All right, go ahead.
He is proud, knowing nothing, but doting about questions and strives of words, whereof cometh envy, strife, railings, evil surmisings, perverse disputings of men of corrupt minds, and destitute of the truth, supposing that gain is godliness. From such withdraw thyself.
Withdraw thyself. So you're dealing with proud people that know nothing, but doting. They're fond of questions. You know what I mean? You get somebody that's just love to ask questions, but they don't want the answer. You know what I'm saying? They just want to ask questions. Well, what is this? Well, what is that? They don't care about the answer. You trying to tell it to them, breaking them down. They don't care about that. And with strife words, right? They want to debate. You know what I mean? They're not debating to learn anything. They're debating to tell you what they think. You know what I mean? To throw you off, really, right? And come envy. You know what I mean? That's ill will. You know what I mean? That's spite now. You got somebody in the camp like that, that's dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Because they just always, like Ariel was saying, you know what I mean? And Navi was saying, like, you say, look, we're going to go right. Nah, we need to go left. I had to deal with somebody like that. I'm like, I see where this is going. You know what I'm saying? And it becomes ill will and spite. And then the railing is the blasphemy, okay? You know what I'm saying? And suspicion, you know what I mean? And with no evidence. Now they starting to throw lies about, I don't think this person, getting in brothers' ears and everything. It's real sneaky and devilish like, you know what I mean? So to be the leader of a camp, you know what I mean? You got to have people around you that ain't going to just listen to what this new person says or somebody that might have been in the camp for a while, but now they start going off, you know what I mean? It's one guy that on Instagram, he seemed like, he put out information and everything and put some, he would put, some scriptures along with it. Now he's like the universe or, you know what I'm saying? Like just crystals. Yeah, man, you got to know it's a lot of secret knowledge that they don't want you to know about. Like, You get somebody like that that's in the camp, and then they start going to brothers like, you know, they don't want you to know about witches and warlocks. You know what I'm saying? Esau put that in, you know, it's not even, that's our ancestry. That's what we did. You know what I mean? And they start talking to other brothers and they start thinking like that. And instead of saying, how about 𝐤𝐄𝐅, they start saying the universe and climate change and all this other goofy stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that's just nothing but a demon. Okay. And perverse, disputing, corrupt minds, destitute of the truth. You know, there's the fraud of the truth. They can't get right. You know what I mean? And you just got to withdraw yourself from somebody like that, because they know what they're doing. It's not an accident what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing, and they waited for their time to strike, just like a serpent. And you know, you just got to see it for what it is and realize this person's not going to change because this is how this person is. Okay. Now, of course, you have counsels and everything like that regarding, you know, situations like this. But, you know, once somebody shows you who they are, believe them. All right. Let's go to Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 16. You know, and that's how you get big splits. Like 5 brothers leave, 4 brothers leave. It's usually one person, one demon that gets in the ear of brothers that aren't strong enough to resist this demon. Because it all sounds good. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, remember that one time 3 years ago when he was 2 hours late for camp, you know what I mean? And, you know, he's talking about his car broke down. See, I don't trust him. And da-da-da. And then the other person's like, yeah, I do remember that, you know? And then it starts, all you got to do is then plant that seed, and that demon starts sprouting. So being circumspect, having good judgment, you know what I mean? Being prudent, looking out for it, you know what I mean? And when you see signs of it, you gotta nip that joint in the bud, you know, whatever the saying is, you just gotta go. All right, time to go. All right. So let's go to Ecclesiastes 9 and 16. Shaw.
Hey, Salakia, King. We was talking about what you was just saying with the splitting. And Cap was bringing up like when you was getting the camp going and everything, right? And we had just had this conversation a couple of days ago. Like, we trying to be blameless, right? Even when it comes to brothers leaving the body, and we have all reason and all righteous rights to be like, yeah, brother, you know, your service is no longer, you know, this, that reason, whatever. We're not blameless at that point, because that brother can always go back and say, oh yeah, I felt the contention coming off them brothers, so I was really trying to leave anyway, you know, and it just got to the point, right? They can always point the finger, right? That non-accountability thing. But when 𝐤𝐿 starts to move brothers out of the body, sisters out of the body, and he's doing you a favor. He's keeping you blameless, because now they can't say, oh, well, them brothers was conspiring against me, or it wasn't real brotherly love over there. And no, brother, why did you leave? No, right? We didn't even get a chance to put on the table our reasons. You just left, or you never showed up to the council, right? So that's the Lord working on our behavior, man, keeping us blameless.
The situation. You know, the brother was, that's the brother I was talking about. I said, all right, we're going to go right. He said, no, we're going to go left. And a couple times I'm like, all right, we go left. Okay, let's go left. You know what I mean? I put it back in my mind, like, all right, I'm not going to war over this. You know what I'm saying? You know, pick my battles. All right, we're going to go left. Nah, we're going to go right. I said, all right, you know what? Something ain't right with this dude. You know what I'm saying? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. And, you know, when the council came up, he never showed up, never seen him again. You know? And the day that he tried to get the split, like, you know what I mean? Win the brother's ear, like, nah, don't go to camp. Don't, you know what I mean? I remember sitting at the I was sitting in the you know, we had like a meeting room, and I was sitting there by myself, and I was on a Saturday. And come to find out, On his YouTube page, he has HOI Philly Sabbath class. I'm like, damn, so I'm not invited in there. Most High don't play, you know what I mean? That day he did that, earthquake happened in his country. And it happened damn near every day since then, you know what I mean? To like little small earthquakes where it's just crumbling, you know, because the Most High found controversy, you know what I mean? Like you said, blameless. I want to go and fight you, you know, I'm gonna come over there, y'all trying to do this to me, this and that third. Nah, we'll go to the Most High, we'll see what happens. Most High is the judge, you know.
Moses and Korah, man.
Yeah, you double down on that thing when you get in the ear of brothers, you know, and you start to, you know, turn them away from the body and doing the works to follow behind your wicked deception, deceitfulness, man. You double down on that judgment that's going to come on you.
Yeah, they think it's so carnal and so worldly that you're not even paying attention that there's a heavenly Father that's watching everything and watch the whole thing, how it played out, and you know what I mean, trying to be blameless, and he'll get you. I don't know what's happening with the brother now, but you know, only God can help him, you know.
Yeah, that's a fight within itself too, though. You know, because even though them brothers move on, and we understand that it's the Most High at play. So we continue to have love for them brothers. We wish them the best as long as they're continuing in the move in the spirit of Yahweh Hashem Yahushua and keeping the law. Okay, go ahead. Maybe your time here was just for that purpose, to get you a root, a base, right? So that the Lord can move you somewhere else and allow you to, you know, continue to grow in the word and teaching. Do we understand all the time or like all the time the circumstances that evolve around how the splits take up? No, we don't. But the prophecy got to go out, the word got to go out, and how the Lord chooses his will to play out in the situation, we don't got no control over that. So we still have to wish them brothers, you know, Godspeed and goodwill, you know what I'm saying, and they works if they're gonna continue moving forward in the works. But that inner nigga man that we used to be is like, this Negro played me, you know, I don't know how I can ever stand next to this brother and greet him with the holy kiss and look him in his eyes, knowing that this Negro was deceptive, right? So the battle begins within you as well to stay humble, right? And stay in that and stay in the spirit of long suffering and patience. Like you say, just go along with it to see what the outcome is. And you know what we've noticed? We don't see no works. We don't see no fruit being bared anywhere from that situation on them brothers' behalf. Just as you said, you don't see it either. You don't know where yet. And it's the same thing, man.
Yeah. I let the Most High do. Once God got you, there's nothing. You know what I mean? What's my little kick while you down gonna do? You already in bad shape. You know what I'm saying?
You gave me Heliodorus slap.
Yeah.
Yo, Salakia, everything I just brought up, that was number 16, where Moses and Korah. And Korah rebelled and tried to steal the congregation from Moses under his hand and told him, hey, you know, we all the same. We all Israelites. We're all holy, right? Same as what happened with your situation. Because I remember Elder Zabak saying, shower me, you know, and I was learning under shower to see how you do things. And the issue was there was no captain or there was no leader for the camp yet because y'all was still growing. So what happened is the brother was fighting for position of leadership. And he exalted himself too damn quickly and should have waited, and the right person would have took the job. The Lord would have already set the right person up. But he tried to exalt himself and he became a base. You see? Because he thought in his mind he already got the position. Because the elder was telling me, hey, go and see, let's see what happens with the Most High going to reveal this and that. Long story short. So it makes sense why we're supposed to have the meeting, right? The same thing as Moses and Aaron told Korah and Abiram to come up to gather for the meeting. And what did Korah say? We will not go up.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I'm not coming to no meeting. Why? Because he think in his mind that he deserved that position. So instead of going to the council, he'll be rebellious and start doing his sit-down lesson. And then name it HOI Philly. When the people over you is literally in the meeting to see who's going to be the members for HOI Philly, and you didn't even show up. Nice. So that was literally the story of number 16. And how do you know that? Because you just told us right now, you said an earthquake was happening in his hometown. The Lord, Moses told Korah, hey, tomorrow we're going to find out who the Lord is dealing with. And if the Lord does something like so spectacular, not just a regular judgment, it got to be something like the earth got to open up. Like a sinkhole or like an earthquake. You know, just a quick example. So that's basically what happened. All right. So we just stay humble, King. Come on, Michelle.
Salakia, King. The Lord said that there's no new thing under the sun, right? And he requires that which is past. So we talking about regeneration. Those same spirits are back on the earth amongst us right now. The only difference is in the wilderness, they were all compacted in one place together. Now they're spread it out across the four corners. So you liable to run into one of those wicked spirits that was with Korah and them anywhere.
That's facts.
And who know better than HOI, man? Right?
Yeah.
We, like Chief talks about it all the time, how we're probably the only camp that has this abundance, overwhelmingly brotherly love. And because of that, we're plagued with so many false brethren coming in amongst us. And we still endure that thing, right? We go through the motions and we endure it. We don't let it break us down as a body. We actually come together even stronger and we deal with it. But it's just the point that because we deal with so much brotherly love without being judgmental or whatever, you know, we go through this stuff all the time. Every camp of HOI that brothers that I done spoke to got numerous stories of brothers coming in, you know, false brethren coming in. You've been in the truth 28 minutes and already you think you can do the captain's job or whoever the lead man is of the body. You already think you done learned Genesis 1:1, got the ultra breakdown for it. Hey man, I should be the leader. You know? Yeah, okay.
It's funny you say that 28, right? You said being 28 minutes, right? That's when it happened. It was Saturday, December 28th, 2019. He left the camp and a 6.4 magnitude earthquake hit his country. It was Ephraim. It was Ephraimite. So it hit Puerto Rico. And I was like, that's a husky earthquake, but you know what I mean? I'm thinking to myself, you know, it's like, yeah. And it just kept happening after that. It just kept happening. You know what I mean? It was just earthquake after earthquake after earthquake. You know, I believe that was a Saturday. I believe that was a Sabbath. Yeah, Most High, he'll take care of business. There's no need to you know, no need to fight and strife and all that stuff. He'll take care of business. He's got to be, you know, prepared when it happens. Let me see. No, so 120, it was the 26th, I believe. The 26th, probably the first. No, Salakia, December. I think it was the 28th, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, December 28th. So, yeah, God don't play. You know. All right, well, where am I? Ecclesiastes 9:16. And every day after that, pretty much every day it was small earthquakes, 3.0, 4.0. And it was just cracking the whole foundation. You know what I mean? He's the judge, he's the ultimate judge. Let's bring that out. Ecclesiastes 9:16.
Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 16. Then say I, wisdom is better than strength. Nevertheless, the poor man's wisdom is despised, and his words are not heard.
Pretty much self-explanatory. You know what I mean? You ain't got a Bentley, a Lamborghini truck. Ain't nobody trying to hear what you got to say. We was at camp Saturday, bringing out the word Eve drive by. Y'all ain't got no job. Why? Because it's 10 o'clock at night or 9 o'clock at night and we reading the scriptures on the corner. It looks like we not, we are at work. You know what I mean? This is our job. This is any other job we have is just for bills and, you know what I mean? Medical or whatever, you know what I'm saying? This is work. This is our job. But Eve is, you know, she got a smart mouth. You know, Eve need to watch who she talking to. She don't know everybody. You know, man. We was reading Hebrews 13 and 2. You know what I mean? Angels unawares. Brother walked by. He was a special brother, you know what I'm saying, who some people might deem as mentally retarded. He walked by, we like, yeah, because, you know, they got angels walking around. You never know who you're talking to. He just stopped and was like, what's going on, God? What's up, guys? And he's like, hey, what's going on? He goes, everybody started cracking up, man. We stopped with the Bible down. We like, yo, what in the world just happened? You know what I'm saying? And then it just kept happening after that. We was talking about angels walking by. We read Ezekiel 1:7 on down. Other people walking by. Yo, that's right. You know what y'all talking about. You know what I'm saying? Just let y'all know. You know what you're talking about. And we don't get that a lot. Normally people put their earphones in and walk across the street and, you know what I mean? So this thing's deep. It's more than meets the eye. But, you know, you're poor. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got a big mansion and a Bentley. You ain't TD Jakes and Joel Austin. Nobody trying to hear what you got to say. But they will eventually, you know. Just wait for it. Let's go to John 7:24. Because you can't not see what's happening. You can try to close your eyes, you know what I mean? But this truth is the truth. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans are the real Jews according to the scriptures. You know? And the Most High God, he says, he's not a God that he lies. He's going to redeem us. You know? People are going to be holding on to our friends like, yo, can I come with you? I heard God's with you. You know? And Isaiah 14:1, you're ever going to take them, you know, from their place. Oh, praise to Yall about Shemiel Shai. Let's bring that out. John 7:24.
Huh. There's the book of John, chapter. Huh?
No, now go ahead, King.
There's the book of John, chapter 7, verse 24. And it reads, judge not according to the appearance, but judge righteous judgment.
And Shemai was bringing this out, you know, Yall, beautiful class, you know what I'm talking about, Tuesday, you know, and Shemai, and that was a rough class, man. You know, he started off with the brother getting decapitated, all crazy down Mississippi, you know, but the stuff we got to hear, you know what I mean? Gives you, keep that fire in you, lets you know where you're at. You're still in captivity, you know. But Shemai was bringing out about the you know, the what's that dude's name? That got shot while he's eating ice cream, you know what I mean? Amber Geiger, Shop O'Keefe. I don't want to mess up the brother's name. You know what I mean? Shot while he's eating ice cream. What's his name?
Bokum.
Yeah, Khan. Bokum, right? Eating ice cream on his own couch. And then you got the judge playing in her hair, or no, the judge allowing, here's my Bible and all this other stuff. That's so biased, you know what I'm saying? And then the bailiff playing in her hair, like that's not judging righteous judgment. You gotta take your emotions out of this. You know what I'm saying? It's either you follow the law or you not. You know what I mean? But you know, the Most High, you know, and through HOI, the Most High has mercy as well. You know what I'm saying? Because if that wasn't the case, we all wouldn't be here. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you know, you got to judge righteous judgment. You know what I'm saying? Not according to appearance. She's crying like, oh, that's so sad. She's crying. So what? She's crying. She's crying because she got caught. That's the first 14. I mean, for first 48 cry. I'm crying because I'm in an interrogation room and I'm about to go to jail the rest of my life. That's the cry, not the cry that I'm sorry. You know, but you know, that's yeah, that's why to be a judge, you gotta, you know, things, some people gotta die, you know. All right, let's go to Colossians chapter 2, verse 8. All right, a few minutes. Yeah, we'll be good. I'll skip a few things. So Colossians chapter 2, verse 8, Bubba Shaw.
This is the book of Colossians, chapter 2, verse 8. Beware, lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the tradition of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after Christ.
So the philosophy, you know what I'm saying? This deceptive, you know, arguments, you know what I'm saying? And vain deceits, just empty, false beliefs. You know, don't let nobody spoil you through that. Don't let it destroy you through that. And the traditions of men, you know, and that's a lot of traditions of men. People don't even read the scriptures. They're like, only God can judge me. Well, where's that in the scriptures? You know what I'm saying? That the book of Tupac, chapter what? You know what I'm saying? Tupac don't got a book in the Bible. All right. And the rudiments is the skills and knowledge of this world, you know, the skills of this world is vain. What does Biggie say? Money, clothes, and hoes. You know, oh, you know, that's all you need. You got money, clothes, and hoes, you good. Nah, man. And not after Yahweh, not after the Mashiach. It's all vain. It's all folly. Okay. It's thus saith the Lord, thus saith the Most High God, the Holy Bible, nothing else. You know, if it don't match up with the scriptures, then it's trash. Okay, that's as simple as that. All right, let's go to Ephesians 5, verse 15. All right. Oh, so the U.S. was the one that struck Syria. The United States just bombed Syria. Are we at war with Syria? No, they just bomb people. You know, normally you got to declare war on people, but not in the United States. They got a drone, they got some fighter jets, they can blow some stuff up. That's a rogue nation. Okay. Let's bring that out. Ephesians 5 and 15.
Book of Ephesians, chapter 5, verse 15. See then that ye walk circumspectly, circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise.
Be circumspect, you know what I'm saying, in this walk. You know, figure some things out. See what's going on. All right. Don't be hasty. Make good judgments. Okay. Be prudent. Make intellectual judgments calls. Okay. Okay. And let's go to Colossians. Let's go back to Colossians chapter 4 and verse 5. A couple more scriptures, wind it down. I want to go through a couple of things before it's all said and done. So Yeah, we got 12 minutes until 1 o'clock, so we're gonna go through these. All right. Colossians 4, verse 5, Bubba Shaw.
There's the book of Colossians, chapter 4, verse 5. Walk in wisdom toward them that are without, redeeming the time.
Kai, go ahead. While you got time, you know, wake your brothers up, okay? Go ahead.
Verse 6. Let your speech be always with grace, seasoned with salt, that ye may know how ye ought to answer every man.
Kai, so you know, that's being prudent, you know. It's some brothers that you could say, you know, I'll give you an example, you know what I'm saying? We out there, you know, like, yo, you know, strictly like, yo, this the Black, Hispanics, Native Americans, the real Jews, according to the Bible. Repent, keep the law, statutes, commandments. You know what I'm saying? And let's make it to the kingdom of heaven. Boom. But somebody else to come up like, yo, you see what happened yesterday with Joel Embiid? How he twisted his ankle and then they're like, yeah, I seen that. That was crazy. Da, 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 da. Oh yeah, man. You know, yeah, that's cool. All right, but look, you know you're Israelite, right? What's that? Like just to get him, you know what I'm saying? Like it's fishing, you know, it's trying to answer every man some different, say something that's unique, say something that's different that might get their attention. You know, it's just being prudent and knowing who you're talking to. You know what I'm saying? Let's go to Jude 1 and 14, 1 and 22. It's only one chapter, but Jude, the 22nd verse. You know what I mean? So it's just how to talk to different people, you know. You know, I give you my nerd talk and we can talk, you know, intellectual, not nerd, but you know what I'm talking. I could talk intellectual, or I could tell you about, you know, the streets, you know what I mean? Just knowing who to talk to and how to wake them up. The whole point is to wake them up, you know what I'm saying? And by any means necessary, for real. You know, especially in these last days, it's pulling out all the stops. You know, pulling out all the stops. All right, let's go to Jude 1 and 22.
There's the book of Jude and verse 22. And of some have compassion, making a difference,
Go ahead.
and others save with fear, pulling them out of the fire, hating even the garments spotted by the flesh.
Some with compassion, some with fear. Let's find out who you got. Yo, man, you trying to die in these streets? No, I ain't trying to die. All right, then follow these laws, statutes, commandments, man. How hard is it to not do anything from Friday sundown to Saturday sundown? It ain't that hard. Yeah, then do it, man. You know what I'm saying? Unless the Most High gonna kill you, or you know, compassion. You might say a little bit. You know what I mean? Yo, God's a just God, right? Yeah. You don't want him to be mad at you, do you? No. Then why don't you follow his laws, statutes, commandments? Well, that's a good idea. You know what I'm saying? Just different approaches to different people. You know, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But at least you tried. You aiming to, you know, wake brothers up. Let's go to Amos 5 and 24. And it's legit, you know what I'm saying? Because in Brazil, they having that carnival and they had the Christ getting dragged by the devil and the devil all smiling with his tongue out. And what happened was like the next day or something, like torrential rains. People are pounding on the door trying to let me in and crying and everything like that. Yeah, that happened down there in Brazil. You know, keep playing with God, see what he does. He gonna destroy you straight like that. All right. So yeah, let's go to Amos 5, verse 24, Baba Shaw.
Come. There's Amos chapter 5 and verse 24. And it reads, oh, it's like it. Damn, this page got stuck. All right, here we go. Amos chapter 5, verse 24. But let judgment run down as waters, and righteousness as a mighty stream.
So this is what's going on, man. Judgment is running down as waters. You say the wrong thing, you might not get a chance to repent off that. You say the wrong thing, you think the wrong thing, because Yahweh can, Yahweh, can read your mind. Judgment is taking place, Judgment is taking place on a massive scale right now. So it's trying to wake as many brothers up as possible, and understand that people that reject this truth, they can go down the street and get hit by a car. They can go down the street and get struck by lightning. They can go down the street and get swallowed up by a sinkhole. They can go down the street and get killed by the sword, which is the modern day sword is the gun. So it's not a game what we doing while we out there. It's deadly serious. And trying to wake brothers up, bring them back to bid them to the marriage. And if they get it, they get it. If not, they might have to check and be reborn in the kingdom. All right. So it's 3 stories I want to read that I'm just gonna let it, they're pretty much self-explanatory. You know what I'm saying? So Zebulon, you could just keep on reading. I'm not gonna say nothing because we only got a couple minutes left. So we'll start at 2 Kings chapter 10, verse 18. Ariel, you know where I'm going.
2 Kings.
God. 2 Kings chapter 10, verse 18. And we're talking about being prudent, cunning, and we're gonna go through some through judgment. We're gonna go through some stories that are pretty cunning in getting what your desired result is. Okay. So yeah, 2 Kings chapter 10, verse 18, and you can read down to 28. Bubba Shaw.
This is 2 Kings chapter 10 and verse 18. And it reads, And Jehu gathered all the people together and said unto them, Ahab served Baal a little, but Jehu shall serve him much. Now therefore call unto me all the prophets of Baal, all his servants and all his priests, let none be wanting, for I have a great sacrifice to do to Baal. Whosoever shall be wanting, he shall not live. But Jehu did it in subtlety, subtlety, to the intent that he might destroy the worshippers of Baal. And Jehu said, Proclaim a solemn assembly for Baal, and they proclaimed it. And Jehu sent through all Israel, and all the worshippers of Baal came, so that there was not a man left that came not. And they came into the house of Baal, and the house of Baal was full from one end to another. And he said unto him that was over the vestry, Bring forth vestments for all the worshippers of Baal. And he brought them forth vestments. And Jehu went, and Jehonadab, the son of Rechab, into the house of Baal, and said unto the worshippers of Baal, Search, and look that there be here with you none of the servants of the Lord, but the worshippers of Baal only. And when they went in to offer sacrifices and burnt offerings, Jehu appointed 80 men without, and said, If any of the men whom I have brought into your hands escape, he that letteth him go, his life shall be for the life of him. And it came to pass, as soon as he had made an end of the offering, the burnt offering, that Jehu said to the guard and to the captains, Go in and slay them, let none come forth. And they smote them with the edge of the sword, and the guard and the captains cast them out, and went to the city of the house of Baal, and they brought forth the images out of the house of Baal and burned them. And they break down the images of Baal and break down the house of Baal and made it a draught house unto this day. Thus Jehu destroyed Baal out of Israel.
That's crafty, man. He said, look, man, look, you know, man, I'm down with y'all, man. Come on, we cool, right? They're like, yeah, we cool. All right, then come on, man. Make you a vest shit. Hey, man, a nice little, oh, got some gear for me and everything. Yeah, all right, cool. Yeah. Everybody in here serve ball, right? Okay. Nobody serve the Lord. Okay. You'll kill all of them. You know what I'm saying? Got them all. It remind me of back in the day. I don't remember, y'all remember this, right? Like they would send Jake, it was Jake, but and Esau too, but they would send them like they have warrants, right? So they can't find them, right? They can't find these people. So they'll send like a letter to the joint, like, yo, you just want a free TV. Come down here and pick it up at this warehouse. They're like, I got a TV. Man, they run down there. They got the cameras out too, because it end up being on the news or a show. They go in there, turn around, put your hands behind your back, like, oh man, like, yeah, you're under arrest, you have warrants, this, that, and the third. And they just kept doing it. And it's like that. It's like it's trickery, you know what I'm saying? But it's cunning, you know what I'm saying? And that's what he did. He got these devil worshipers out of here. All right, let's go to Solomon. So it's about Solomon now. Let's go to 1 Kings 3. Verse 16, and we're gonna do the same thing. Jehu, I don't know who he is on the planet today, man, but that guy, he put in some work, man. You know what I'm saying? That dude, he's kept killing everybody. But that's like a part of being, prudent and being you can. It doesn't have instead of just going to the straight, you can take a detour and come back to get to the same desired result. You know what I'm saying? So this is something to remember when it's time to, when vengeance is here. You know what I'm saying? When it's time to put in some work and it's authorized by H.O.I, that Prudence is going to come in. I know. Go ahead, King.
Jehu might have been the damn death angel, man, from the Egypt blood Passover, man. Y'all was shot in his murder mode.
man was getting everybody. With the fifth rib, boom. He know exactly where to get you.
Damn Jezebel, he went out to everybody, man. What, you ain't gonna say the Lord? Yeah, he gotta die.
God. Oh man, he wanted
to see how he used. You see how he used that Jude 1 and 4 and that Galatians 2 and 4? He became that brother that crept in unawares amongst them, spied out their liberties, man, and then tore them down from the inside.
Yeah, you want thus saith the Lord, he gonna spear you. he gonna cut you open. Something crazy, have your guts out, All right. Now let's see what Solomon and his wisdom being prudent. So we're going to go to 1 Kings chapter 3, verse 16 and read down to 28, Baba Bashar.
1 Kings chapter 3, verse 16. And it reads, Then came there 2 women that were harlots unto the king and stood before them. And the one woman said, O my Lord, I and this woman dwell in one house, and I was delivered of a child with her in the house. And it came to pass the 3rd day after that I was delivered, that this woman was delivered also, and we were together. There was no stranger with us in the house, save we 2 in the house. And this woman's child died in the night because she overlaid it. And she arose at midnight and took my son from beside me, while thine handmaid slept, and laid it in her bosom, and laid her dead child in my bosom. And when I rose in the morning to give my child suck, behold, it was dead. But when I had considered it in the morning, behold, it was not my son, which I did bear. And the other woman said, Nay, but the living is my son, and the dead is thy son. And this said, No, but the dead is thy son, and the living is my son. Thus they spake before the king. Then said the king, The one saith, This is my son that liveth, and thy son is the dead. And the other saith, Nay, but thy son is the dead, and my son is the living. And the king said, Bring me a sword. And they brought a sword before the king. And the king said, Divide the living child in two, and give half to the one and half to the other. Then spake the woman whose the living child was unto the king, for her bowels yearned upon her son. And she said, O my lord, give her the living child, and in no wise slay it. But the other said, Let it be neither mine nor thine, but divided. Then the king answered and said, Give her the living child, and in no wise slay it. She is the mother thereof. And all Israel heard of the judgment which the king had judged, and they feared the king, for they saw that the wisdom of God was in him to do judgment.
That's another powerful story. You know what I'm saying? Solomon, obviously, you know what I'm saying, he said God, you know, God was with him in that judgment, you know what I mean? And it talks about that in Chronicles, you know what I'm saying, that the Most High God put the wisdom in his heart, you know, and that is prudent. He said, somebody's lying. We're gonna figure this one out. And what'd he do? He you know, he put it out there. All right, we'll just kill the baby. And the mother's like, oh, you can't kill my child. Just take it. Just take the child. Take the child. And the other woman whose child was already dead was like, whatever. I don't care. I don't have no. Yeah, cut the baby open or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Wicked behind Eve, probably. You know what I'm saying? And what happened? He made righteous judgment. Okay, that's righteous judgment. Okay, let's go with Yahushua. I got two more scriptures. Yahushua, Mark 3, verse 1, and we'll read down to 7. And after this is one more scripture, and we good. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you guys rocking out. You know, all praise to the Most High. Hopefully, you will increase your prudence. You know, judge righteously. Okay. Think, you know what I mean? Think before you act, think before you talk. You know what I mean? Use your intellect, you know, because we're the priest, right? We're the princesses, you know. All right, so let's go to Mark chapter 3, verse 1, Bubba Shaw. And read down to 7.
This book, this the book of Mark, chapter 3 and verse 1. And he entered again into the synagogue, and there was a man there which had a withered hand, and they watched him, whether he would heal him on the Sabbath day, and they might accuse him. And he said unto the man which had the withered hand, Stand forth. And he said unto them, Is it lawful to do good on the Sabbath days, or to do evil, to save life, or to kill? But they held their peace. And when he had looked round about on them with anger, being grieved for the hardness of their hearts, he said unto the man, Stretch forth thine hand. And he stretched it out, and his hand was restored whole as the other. And the Pharisees went forth, and straightway took counsel with the Herodians against him, how they might destroy him. But Yahushua drew himself with his disciples to the sea, and a great multitude from Galilee followed him, and from Judea.
So what did he do? He said they were about to, you know, they were thinking about they're going to destroy him, right? He said, all right, I'm out. I'm not going to say here why you know what I mean? And this is Yahushua. He called down legions of angels from heaven if he wanted to, you know, but it's being circumspect, it's being, you know, prudent, is seeing things for what they are, you know, it's like, I don't have to be here for this. Let me go over here. You know, Jake will see that as, you know, you running away, man, you scared. No, it's all according to plan. You know what I'm saying? To be aware of your situation awareness. Like you at a party, right? And two dudes start arguing. One guy, you like, oh wow, they about to fight. I want to see this fight. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. You in the city. You in a dangerous part of town, and you gonna stand around and watch these dudes fight. One guy goes to his car and comes back, say, all right, let's fight now. You're gonna sit there and take out your phone and watch this. You know they about to shoot it out. It's just smart to leave. You know what I'm saying? It's not just being scared. It's not being, you know, oh, you know, you less of a man, you know? And that's just something that is just taught in this society. That's why people are just dropping like flies. One reason, not, you know, of course, you know, there's several reasons, but you know, oh, such and such caught a stray bullet. The hell are you doing there? Why are you standing around? I tell my son all the time, you see some dudes starting to fight, there's a good chance you should just leave. Because in this city, nobody fight. Somebody gonna get shot. You know, and that's just reality. All right. So that's also has prudence as well. Knowing when to talk, when not to talk. Knowing when to be on the scene, when not to be on the scene. You know what I mean? All right. And we're going to end with Matthew 10 and 16. So judge righteous judgment.
There's the book of Matthew, chapter 10 and verse 16. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves.
Wise as serpents, harmless as doves. Okay. And I'll tell you what, when I tell you, you know, I went to the zoo, you know, not too long ago, right? And I just noticed those serpents, they're just so calm and like just watching everything. And I thought about that, like it was an alligator. It was just so still. If you just walk in and, you know, everything's so quiet, he's not moving till you get to a certain spot, and then he's going to take you down and drag you into the water. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, like a snake will just sit there in the grass, a snake in the grass, and strike when necessary. Okay. So learn from that. Learn because, you know, learn how, you know, they were made for that reason. You know what I'm saying? I mean, not necessarily for that reason, but they were made with those attributes to be still, you know, not to be all loud. A rattlesnake, it might rattle, and then you realize that you're in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Because it tell you, get away from me, I'm about to bite you. But a snake will chill, you know what I'm saying? And then strike, you know, and that's going to be, you know, in that time period, not now, relax. You know, nobody on this call do anything crazy, all right? But in that time period, you know, it's coming soon. It's coming soon, okay? And harmless as doves. Watch and observe. Talk to 𝐿𝐻𝐼. You see something you don't like, you talk to him, he gonna take care of it. All right, vengeance is his. All right. So that was the lesson. I hope, you know, it was edifying. If you, and the words of our mighty elder, if you learned one thing, done my job. All right. All praise it. Y'all stop that Tuesday lesson, man. I heard that with the decapitation. I said, damn.
All praises to the Most High. Mighty lesson, Elder. A beautiful lesson, man. Mighty lesson. All praises.
Thawadah, King. All praises to the Most High. Yeah. That your lesson was like the art of anger, hearing all that stuff to get you angry and frustrated, and give it to the Most High. You know, that's the move. We ain't got.
Definitely. You definitely got to plug the book. Whoever didn't get the art of anger, you can find it on Amazon. for under $13. It's a great price, a great book, and a beautiful read. The Art of Anger by our elder, our HOI's Philly's own Elder Chaasadyah. Make sure you get your hot copy right off the presses.
Thawadah King, Thawadah King. All praises, all praises. Hopefully it edifies and see what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? What I'm aiming for. Vengeance is his. Use the Most High for his judgment. He ain't got no problem with that. All right. He will go far above beyond what you ask for. Trust and believe. All right. Con. All right, y'all. Any questions, comments, concerns? Passover's coming. Okay. Get ready for Passover. Sifting season. They dropping like flies. You know what I'm saying? A lot of high profile celebrities, you know, they don't make it out this time. You know what I mean? I want everybody to make it out of this, you know what I mean, and enjoy themselves, you know, and congregate and all that good stuff. Okay. So get that leaven out of your heart, get that pride out of you, because this is a dangerous time. I don't know how else to put it. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of things that are mind-boggling, things that have been shown in the skies all over the country. And, you know, when you see chariots in the sky, you know that they're about to come down here and handle some business, okay? So you don't want to get in front of that. You just want to, you know, do your thing, meaning read, write some lessons down, stay busy, stay active. Don't start, you know, going off and going back into the world and watching stuff you ain't got no business watching, doing stuff you got no business doing, because Yahweh Shema Shah is very close, and it's a death sentence. Okay, so let's all stay alive and enjoy the downfall of our enemy. All right. Anything else you want to bring out, King?
Just for everybody to remind of the Passover coming up, the events that we're having next Friday from 31st, March 31st to April 3rd. March 31st will be the Friday. We'll be having camp, 6 p.m. at 34th Street. I think from 6 to 12. Saturday we'll be having, let's see. I just might as well just put up the schedule. Let's see. Yeah, Passover. Just put up the schedule on the screen. Yeah, once again, beautiful class, King. Go ahead, King.
When will y'all brothers be getting out here?
Friday.
Come on. All praises.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll be a good Friday, Yak.
Come on. Hopefully
Friday, a good Friday. All right, let me just put it on the screen just to remind y'all. Oh, I gotta do this. Block. Oh, this is. Yeah, America's done, man.
Yeah.
Like they said in that song in Rocky, living in America. You know it's done. It's done. Just share the screen. Right, here we go. So if y'all can see it, it's the itinerary schedule, list of events, Friday, March 31st. 34th Street camp at 6 p.m. to 12 a.m., 34th Street and Broadway. Saturday will be April 1st. No fools involved, right? We're having Sabbath class, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. The elder's gonna put up the location. Then we'll be having from 5 p.m. to 12 a.m. Major Unity Camp at Times Square. That's gonna be lit, man. Back at Satan Living Room. Yeah, it's gonna be lit.
Sunday will be April 2nd. Last second gathering, last second feast at the same location where the Airbnb will be at. The same place we're gonna be doing the Sabbath class is gonna be the same place we'll do the feast as well. The elder's the one that's gonna bring the time. He's gonna let everybody know the time we're gonna all gather and everything. Monday will be the official Passover at HOI Passover 2023 Grand Slam Ballroom, location 3534 Broadway between 144th and 145th. Easy transportation. Train is definitely, I would say, train is definitely recommended. It's easy to get there. Yeah, we're gonna get some Micah Olive scooters. Right. Probably show the brothers around Manhattan and the BX especially. Harlem, New York. And the time will be from 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. Right? And then for those Tuesday, which will be the next day, those that's traveling back to their respective cities, and the elder will hold a iron sharpeneth iron, 8:30 p.m. So that's the quick schedule, just to give y'all an update. You know, let's definitely get ready for the Passover, man. And also, we're doing a fast as well. I was saying from the 23rd to the 29th. You know, brothers and sisters could pick whatever day I want, 3-day fast, 4-day fast, 5-day fast, you know, within those days, you know, just for, you know, last second fasting to get the leaven out of us spiritually, or just to get your spirit right. Good, King. Right. Mm-hmm.
I said,
I
think it's lucky though. At 100, the Passover at like 144th Street. That's can't make that up.
Yeah, God. Can't make it up, Ak. What? Officially April 3rd. That's on a Monday.
Right. So and you can't fast on Friday and Saturday because that's the Sabbath.
Yeah.
So I would suggest fasting Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, the 28th, 29th, and the 30th. And that way your spirit will be cleansed, your temple be cleansed going into the Sabbath. You maintain that, carrying it over into the second and the third, into the Passover.
God. You said 28th, 29th, and 30th, right?
God.
Yeah, God.
You start yesterday, today, Friday, the 24th, the 25th, or the 26th. You still got a whole week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You run the risk of going the hell
finish.
off. But if you bring that fast as close as you can to the Passover, you can transition right into the Passover out of a fresh fasting. Your spirit is, your temple, everything is in its purest form at that point.
God.
Your bridge is going to be, if you go to 28th, 29th, and the 30th, your bridge is the 31st and the 1st, which is Friday and Saturday, the Sabbath, which you have no damn business being profane in the first place. So you get it kind of suspends you in animation with your fast.
Yeah. And then we're us gathering anyway. Ain't nobody gonna be fasting on the Sunday, especially.
And then you just got that one day, which would be the second, which would be that Sunday, which is pretty much a slow day anyway. And then the third, you go right into the Passover.
Yeah, so you said 28th to the 30th?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that'll be better then. Yeah, see, I got different options, you know. Push mine as much as I can. So 28th, 29th, and 30th. That could be a great one as well, too. Y'all could choose as well. And that'll line up within us coming into the gathering, which will be on the 31st, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You know? Yeah, man. God.
Yeah.
That's basically it.
Good. Should we do the tech class this coming Sunday?
What, this Sunday?
This coming Sunday.
Let's see.
Oh no, we got a council in New York, so I don't think I'll be able to do it.
Oh yeah, I got a council. What time is your council?
I gotta check. Yeah, it might be around 8. I don't know. I gotta check.
I think the elder put in the group chat, right?
It's for 7 o'clock.
For 7?
Yep.
Yeah, that may not work for the class this Sunday.
Unless you do a 1 hour.
We might be able to do maybe a 1 hour class or something.
Yeah, we could do that, Doc.
Okay,
I think that'll be a good mix. That'll be a good mix just to keep that. We need Israel definitely need that.
You ain't do last Sunday, right?
I was there last Sunday, but nobody showed up.
Oh wow, because I ain't seen no links go up or no live or anything.
That's the thing. We got a lot of different links, so we're going to be using the iron sharpen iron link, and I think we're going to probably have to start phasing out.
You said what?
I think we may have to start phasing out a lot of the links to just kind of.
Yeah, just put it as one link, Doc.
No, I'm saying we've been using the iron sharpen link, but we got a link for Thursday, we got a link for Tuesday, we got a link for the Sunday sisters class. We're gonna probably to just kind of have just one link for everything.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, just put it all as one link. Yeah, just put it all as one link to be used for all the classes.
Yeah.
Because we basically have the same links, Tuesday, Thursday. I mean, specific classes and all that stuff. So I always resend the link. So people be thinking it's different links. Nah, it's the same links for
different links.
That specific Tuesday. Yeah. It's better we just put it all as one link.
And there's a different link for the Sunday sisters class.
Con.
So
yeah,
which
we just put it.
We got to figure out which is just going. We're just going to stay with one link.
Yeah, we'll stay with one link, Doc.
Which link we're going to stay with?
Let's stay with the Tuesday one.
The Tuesday iron sharpen? Iron?
Yeah, yeah. And we'll just put that as one link for everything.
Con. So yeah, so just push the Tuesday link only. We're gonna shut down the Thursday link, and we're gonna shut down the sisters link. Just stay the same link for everything.
All right. Yeah, we'll put it as that. Yeah, we'll put that as that. And yeah, man, we're working on, brother. Yeah, I seen Black Bear working on the ID.
Con.
I saw that.
And that could be good for the tech class. Because we do got to work, we do got to have a balance with these classes too, man. Definitely need that tech. Know what we're doing and all of that.
It's a lucky. Like it's just a test run thing like that we doing here in Illinois because we're just thinking long term, like overall, what is all the works for? Right? We're trying to build our nation back. Well, we got to do that within Esau's nation. I mean, if Yahushua showed up tomorrow, where do we meet at? Where is our go-to point? Where do everybody,
Security.
come to so that we can all move in the same direction as if we was crossing over the Red Sea again? Do we have a facility? Do we have a meetup spot one? If you don't get there at a certain time, where's the next meetup spot before we go to our final destination to, just to wait it out? Do we have a building, a compound? All these brothers with these concealed and carries, they need to turn that into a security firm, right? So when we get the moving and gathering, we got licensed armed brothers that can protect our elderly, protect our women and our children. We also need a compound to be able to house everybody in, a way to feed everybody. But ultimately, what do we need? We need a database, right? That's only shared amongst us. That is a list of all of our households, all right, with our active Israelites. Because, some brothers got ribs that's not in the truth. But he in the truth, and he's raising his children in the truth. And we need to have him and his children in a secure database, all right? And that way we have a count, a census of how many of us in HOI that we have scattered across the four corners. Right? Because it's going to come a point where all of this social media stuff is going to be shut down, and we need to have a hard copy, right? A damn secret black book, like the Book of Negroes, with all our information in it, so that when we gather in Jacob's trouble, which is pretty much on the way now, since you see what happened in Alabama with this Jim Crow, man, that's the Most High. He's going to use that as the catalyst to kick off Jacob's trouble, right? I believe so. Because they already started again with the lynching, and I think they said something about somebody that cut some Jake head off or peeled his head back like a damn scalping or something. Oh, it's gonna go down. But we need, so these ideas is a way for us to just, weed out false brethren, right? When we gather and you take the Passover thing, everybody did have these IDs, right? We coming into our facility where we at, hey, you gotta flash that ID. You got your picture on there. It's got your Hebrew name on there. It's got your respective tribe on there. It's got the state that you are an HOI affiliate of on there. Nothing, that can be used, for identical theft. This is just us being able to identify our active brothers and sisters, So it's just a trial basis that we putting together here. And Lord willing, if it's something that can function and righteousness and bear some good fruit from it, man, the whole, run it by the elders, and man, we can implement these IDs amongst us, and then I think it just be something good. You think about tabernacles, right? We got to keep track of all our people, brothers and sisters, got their IDs, and these are just simple, but you can get them. I've been looking at a few different online sites where I can actually get these IDs set up to where they have QR codes on them or barcodes on them, to where you can scan them boys. Just a way of keeping track of all of our people, man, when we out gathering and moving around, doing what we do in the name of Yahweh Shai.
All right, man. Let me see. I know there's one in Ezra. Salaki, Joshua, let me get first Maccabees 14 and 23.
Done.
Yeah, because remember, there's nothing new under the sun. The same thing we was doing before, all throughout the Bible, the scriptures, is the same thing that's going to happen and manifest again. Right? It pertains to everything. Even with having that mentality of being warriors, soldiers, having a camp, a congregation, a church, thinking with the military mindset, how Joshua was thinking as well, bringing out the armies of Israel from the wilderness, and there was an army that came out of that. Everybody was in order. There was an army, right? Mighty. Everyone worked as a team. They know exactly their jobs, what they were supposed to be doing, right? And they all functioned together as a nation. But within that nation, they had groups, which was all part of the nation of Israel, but everybody functioned as a nation together. But everybody had a job to do. Same as with the military, they all had a job to do, right? You got the people that's working in the office, looking up the information, background, all these different things. You got the soldiers on the ground, infiltrating the infantry rank. You got the high class ones, the special ops, the Marines. You got the people in the Air Force. Everybody worked together, right? So let me bring what you got out.
This is First Maccabees chapter 14, verse 23. And it pleased the people to entertain the men honorably, and to put the copy of their assembly in public records.
Right, to put the copy of the assembly in public records. Right, we got social media, we got all these things, but we need something for ourselves. And it's funny, Shemaiah has like some ideas like that about a year and a half ago. Right, Shemaiah know what I'm talking about, where he put the list, the brothers, their ranks and their information, so everybody keep in contact with each other. Right, read on.
Come in public records, to the end the people of the
Lacedaemonians.
Lacedaemonians
Right. That's speaking about the Spartans.
might have
Right.
a memorial thereof.
Right. Might have a memorial. Right. How can you have a memorial for a person? You don't even know their first name or their last name. Right. You don't even know who they are. You don't even know their background. Right. Or where they from. So what happened before is happening again. And the same thing happened. The Lord had to use Moses and Aaron to gather the people. Right. Or even his phone number.
Brother's been in the truth for years, and all you know is his Hebrew name. You don't even know his government name. Brother just claiming brotherly love, but you still guarding your Hebrew. You guarding your government name. I don't know you, man. What if something happened and we need to give your government information to Esau to help vindicate you? We don't even know it. Esau not respecting and honoring our Hebrew names. We're taking our culture and our heritage back.
God. We need a census.
Shalaki.
Yeah, go ahead, Ken.
I mean, exactly what you're saying did happen. You know, brother got arrested. He wasn't at the camp when it happened, so we didn't know where he was. Right? And brothers didn't know his Hebrew, only knew his Hebrew name. You can't call up the precinct or a hospital and say, hey, where's Thawadah?
Right. They were like, what? They don't call the terrorist alert immediately. They gonna call the terrorist hotline.
Yeah.
And said his man just said it's a bomb or something, man. The Yahweh bomb. What?
We didn't know where he was. We don't know his name.
Right.
We couldn't track him down because we can't say, you know, we want to come visit Thawadah.
Right, right.
We can't say which floor is Thawadah on. You know, so because we don't know the name. We only know the Hebrew name. So that's real. It's happened several times actually.
Come.
Don't the scriptures say know the state of those you labor with?
Come.
We supposed to know this stuff about each other. You know, and we guard that, you know. That's not just general information that we pass around. That's something that we supposed to know amongst ourselves.
Salakia.
Go ahead, Ken.
I remember the brother had a kid. Who's that? Oh, that's just Yahweh's kid. We don't know.
Right, right. Yeah. Yeah, I can get the get Ezra chapter 2 out. Or which one? Oh, Maccabees, right? Oh yeah, finish Maccabees. Maccabees verse 23.
Gone. Reading on. In public records to the end, the people of the Lacedaemonians might have a memorial thereof. Furthermore, we have written a copy thereof unto Simon, the high priest.
God. And that's showing the records. That's showing the information. Right? And unto Simon, the high priest. So Simon, the high priest, will likely be the elder at that time that everybody got to come to. Right? So let's get one more. Let's get Ezra chapter 2. And what's important about this, in Ezra chapter 2, remember, Ezra chapter 1, the Lord put the spirit on Cyrus to allow Israel to go back to their land and build back their land, Jerusalem, the temple, and everything. Right? So this is Israel kind of leaving out of captivity. They're still in captivity, but it's just in a light affliction, as you would say.
Salakia, one more thing too, and because I heard the elder, he did a video one time, Elder Zabat, and he was talking about that, about how it's 50,000 Ariyalas, 30,000 Kazakhs.
Right.
So when brothers be, the brother Kazakh, he'd be like, which brother? Which city?
Right.
Right? Which camp? Which part of the body is he with? Whereas if you got a list of everybody, and you say, okay, we got 10 Kazakhs, but we have a government name attached to it in our database and a state that he's dwelling in, then it simplifies being able to identify who is who. Because as of right now, just saying, oh yeah, the brother, the brother Isaiah, well, brother, we got like 50 Isaiahs. Which one are you talking about? Multiples in camps.
All right, let's get it. Let's get Ezra chapter 2. And let's jump to verse, let me see. Verse 2.
There's the book of Ezra, chapter 2, verse 2, which came with Zerubbabel.
Right, Zerubbabel. So Zerubbabel was the priest, the high priest at that time. Right, he was the leader, basically. And these are the people that came with him. Jeshua, Nehemiah, Sariah, Realiah, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mishpah, Bigvai, Rahim, Be'nah, and a number of the men and people of Israel, right? And if you read on down from verse 3 all the way to verse 61, it's speaking about families and their households. And they got everybody named. That's with Zerubbabel. They got their names, they got their children names, the family and everything, all the way on down, right? And Chronicles, the book of the Chronicles, right? Now read verse 62 now, all right?
Verse 62.
61, Slaki, 61.
61. And of the children of the high priest, the children of Habiah, the children of Koz, the children of Barzillai, which took a wife of the daughters of Barzillai, the
Gileadite, right?
And was called after their name.
Right, read on.
These sought their register among those that were reckoned by genealogy, but they were not found. Therefore,
right. So it says they was looking for their information, for their registration, basically, or as you would say, their ID, and they couldn't trace it back. They were not found. Right? That's them keeping data on people. Know who's crept in unawares, know who's just trying to come in at the last second, and know who actually belonged there. Right? Read on.
Therefore were they as polluted, put from the priesthood.
Right? And like the elder always say, the jury is out. So they had to do what? They had to push them to the side and put them on standby until they could show their ID. Con? Exact same thing. Right? And this help with security. This help with tightening up. Right?
So like
you said
they wasn't on the invite list. On the
they wasn't on the invite list. You know? So you can say you Israel, yeah, you with this camp and that camp. Well, where's your ID? You know? That's what it's gonna get to. Where's your ID?
Even Salaki, because even though we're not there yet, we still can implement little subtle things like this to help us, move in a more secure nature and streamline things, you know what I'm saying? Just to keep down a lot of confusion. Because you got brothers jumping from camp to camp, sisters jumping from camp to camp, people that used to be a part of the body who done fell out of the truth, but still making damn videos under the guise of being a part of a specific camp when they not. So something small that can, have a powerful impact on our safety and our security, and just keeping tabs on brothers and sisters that's actually truly moving in righteous, and then just thinking about at any given moment, Esau and his craftiness can come after us, and we need to be able to identify those that are actually with us.
Okay. So we just continue to improve, man. New year, You know, Happy New Year, so all you brothers and sisters. A Hebrew or a brew year. You know, we just continue to improve, man. So once again, pertaining to the fast, 28th, 29th, 30th. I like that one too as well. It'll lead perfectly in. So the 31st could be the Friday gathering, Saturday, Sunday, on to the Passover. So brothers and sisters, y'all can choose, but minimum 2 days, at least minimum 2 days. 3 day would be good. Get that completion going. But whichever day y'all choose for your fast, you know, let's definitely get this on point. And most I will, I'll see you at the Passover in New York, man. You know, it's a beautiful lesson again, King.
All praise to the Most High.
God. So, yeah, yield. Close it out, King.
All right. So if everybody will turn to face the east, whether you prostrate, hands up, head down, whatever, you know, however you want to pray. Give you a couple seconds to get ready. And we'll close it out in prayer. This is the Lord's Prayer in Paleo Hebrew. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Wadash, Haya, Shemka, Yahweh, Malachwaka, Baba'a, Batazayaka, Haya, Aisha, Barataza, Kowa, Haya, Bashamayim, Nadananawa, Lakham, Kau, Yowam, Wasalah Nawa, Kamawaf Nawa, Kasalah Nawa, Kamawaf Yanawa, Wala'a, Dabi Nawa, Banasai 1, Abal, Hawashai Nawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalahwa, Wa'ala, Wala Palaraf, Lai Wilumnum, Aman. Lord Yahweh, in the name of your only begotten Son, Yahweh Shai, we come to you humbly, shamefaced, and we ask Baba Gashar that you protect us in this Passover season, protect the righteous of the 12 tribes of Israel that aim to follow the law to the best of their ability. For brothers and sisters that are going through things, that are feeling weak, we ask that you give them strength to carry on in these last days, to make it over the finish line, knowing how close we are with the prophecies happening. North Korea get nuclear weapons, Iran get nuclear weapons, potentially. Russia, threats of nuclear holocaust, along with China. We ask that all America's enemies can aim their arrows pointing at Babylon. This place is terrible. It's a done deal. We appreciate all the prophecies with the banking collapse, potential arrest of the former president of the United States, all the manner of wickedness that's happening in modern day Sodom and Gomorrah, modern day Egypt, modern day Babylon have reached up to heaven. Please continue to destroy this place. Baba Gashar, continue to vex the mighty men in this wicked queendom. Destroy the politicians, destroy the people that have coerced your people into taking poison and putting it in their arms. Bubba. Send your son back. In Yahweh's name, we pray. Amen. Ariel, can you say the prayer of curses?
God. Oh, praise Yahweh Shem Yahushai, Shalak, Rayem, Wa, Anashim, Wa, Abadim, Wa, Haragim, Wa, Mashapatim, Al, Kal, Adawamium, Wa, Gawamium, Wa, Ayeb Nawa, Babakashah, Yahweh, Bahashem, Yahushai, the water. Amen. We ask you, how about Shem Yahushua to please send death and destruction and wrath and righteous judgment and curses against the heathens, against the Edomites, and against all the nations that try to come against us, the nation of Israel. Thawadah, Ibalam. Amen. Ha.
All praises by Shem Mashiach Yahushua.
Praise us. All right, everybody. Appreciate y'all rocking out. You know what I mean? Most High willing, see you at the Passover. Do everything in your power to get there. It's a very important feast day, very serious time. So, most High willing, see you there and break bread, unleavened bread, you know what I mean? And the Most High will continue to destroy this place, you know what I'm saying? And we'll be on those chariots going back home sooner than later. All right. So the brothers, Yahweh Shema Shabbat.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua.